forwarding to the officially designated newspapers that this meeting would take place at Town Hall at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, February 15th, 2022. Meeting details and the draft agenda were also posted on our township website. Please all stand to salute the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Purvis?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Saul Eglo?
Here.
Mr. Wasserman? Mr. Vinayak?
Yes, here.
And Mayor Miggins?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. As previously announced, I request the Township Committee consider revising the agenda this evening to move the public comment period to earlier in the agenda and prior to consideration of our consent agenda resolutions. The Township is reviewing our rules of order and it will come before the committee at a future meeting for consideration. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as revised?
Mayor, I'd like to make another amendment to revise the agenda. Do we do one revision at a time?
Tara's microphone isn't on.
Yes, we do one at a time.
Green, sorry. Yeah.
You have to make it green. Brad?
So you have a motion to approve the agenda.
And we need a second.
Second.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Well, is there a
Oh.
motion?
Yes,
Okay, and we have a second.
yes.
So we have a motion and a second. There should be a roll call.
Okay. Roll call, please. Roll call, please.
Ms. Purvis?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Saul Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman? Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda and remove resolution 22-075 from the agenda tonight. I do not believe we should be voting on authorizing any contract tonight.
Okay.
That's your motion?
That is my motion.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Purvis?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Saul Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman? Mr. Vinayak?
No.
Mayor Miggins?
No,
Does not pass.
does not pass. Okay. Okay. Okay, reports. Let's start with reports. Ms. Eglo, do you have any reports on any of your committees?
Yes, Mayor. So first, the mayor and I met with Jay Moriali and Diane Nelson from Moms Demand Action. Their mission is to prevent gun violence through sensible gun safety laws, of which Governor Murphy has been a very strong advocate. This will be in front of the New Jersey Legislative again this year. Thursday night, there will be, Bill Kastner will be speaking. It is on Zoom. If you are interested in hearing where this gun legislation is heading, you can email momsdemandessexnewjersey@gmail.com. And if you go on their website, you'll see there's a lot of information about gun safety. And we know what happened in town this week. We know that yesterday was the anniversary of Parkland shooting in Florida. We know there was just a huge settlement for the Sandy Hook victims in Connecticut. I think this is a really important topic. So I would urge people to go on their website and be informed. The Pedestrian Safety Board met this morning. Part of the Silverman Development's approval for their Chatham Road and Woodmont development is to present their plan to the Pedestrian Safety Board, outlining their during construction and post-construction safety measures. One of the things they discussed was setting up Jersey barriers along Chatham Road and possibly scaffolding along the building. The entire building will be surrounded by chain link fence, which is our ordinance. They also talked about there's going to be garage doors on the Chatham Road side. And should there be a flashing sign, or also can it beep? And we talked about how kids and people unfortunately are not looking up. People have earbuds on, may not even hear it. So they really have to figure out what they want to do to make that street safe for pedestrians, because it is heading right towards our elementary school. They will have a more detailed plan at our next meeting, April 20th at 7 p.m., which is open to the public. Good news, First time in 3 or 4 years, our crossing guards are fully staffed. I believe it's 36 crossing guards.
That's amazing news.
It is amazing news.
Excuse
and
me. Thank
Dr.
you.
Burton is very pleased, as I'm sure many parents are. The township's new professional traffic consultant, Brightview, has been tasked to look at several locations in the township. Christine Bugle, our in-house traffic consultant, will contact the county where roads need to be restriped with crosswalks. They've also received a 2022 community development grant, which will update crosswalks and make them ADA compliant, because many are not. Hobart and White Oak Ridge traffic light is ready to have all the paperwork has been approved. It's going to go to the county. I will say good news for that one, because people have been waiting years for that. And I do hope that there will be a continuation of looking at the impact of traffic from that light. If the timing, is the traffic going to be backing up in the wrong directions, how that's going to affect that neighborhood. So I think that is something we should be very cognizant of. The police department will be adding to their website pedestrian crash data hit. Right now, it's just about where there's crashes with motor vehicles. May 4th is Bike Walk Day or week. PSAP will be working on a PSA for a school-wide contest perhaps, because we really have to get this community involved in pedestrian safety and schools, vehicle safety. I think getting the schools involved is key. And I think our residents have to realize that cars are a big part of the pedestrian safety equation. So the pedestrians have to be alert, the vehicles have to be alert, and I think we have to be really careful how we drive in this town, stopping at stop signs. And I really hope that we can be tasking Brightview with some really important intersections in town. And I know I put under old business for improvements at the Sherwood Hills train station. So we also touched on that this morning. And that's it, Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Prupus, do you have anything to report on your committees?
I do. I think it's great news that the crossing guards are full. I know that we've been talking about this as a community for a very long time, so I just want to give a shout out to the police department for managing the crossing guard company that we hired last year. So that is excellent news. The park update, Mr. McDonald, Mr. Molman, are you going to give that update about the park? Or not the park, but the gateway to Taylor Park?
Yes, so the subcommittee had a kickoff meeting with MKW last Wednesday.
Get your mic on.
And so we're now in the process of working with MKW, who will be submitting design concepts within a 6-month time frame. And we discussed potential dates for the first public information session. We're waiting on confirmation from MKW to confirm which date works best. Will most likely be in late March or early April, but we'll communicate that in the next couple of weeks. And they're going to start their process for doing the site analysis and site survey. And more information will be forthcoming.
All right, so we're gonna post the timeline. Did we receive the updated timeline for that?
We didn't receive an updated timeline, but if people go on the Taylor Park subcommittee page, so if you go to business and then there should be a page for it. There's a presentation from MKW when they presented back in December, and I think the second to last slide has their overall timeline for the project.
Let's pull out the timeline and like put it on, so when people have, want to know when things are happening in regards to that project, they can just see it when they go to that page.
Okay.
And the public session, the public input session, the first one, did you mention that date yet?
We need to confirm it with them,
Right, but it's probably like the last week in
either
March.
late March or early April.
Right, and we were very cognizant of school vacations and Board of Ed meetings, so just making sure that the entire community can be involved in that. This is about the time in our community when people start thinking about running for township committee. So I'm just putting a call out to the entire community. I think that there's so much going on right now and people
Tara, we're talking
really,
about
this is my
committee
report, Mayor.
on which committee you are on, parking ad hoc, joint meeting, or Millburn Creative
Actually,
Collective?
Mayor, this is my report as a township committee member. Am I civic?
But we're
duty
asking for
report?
reports, excuse me, you can get to that under old business or new
It's-
business, but right now we're talking about,
What,
the
that's
committees that
never
you're
been
on.
happened before, Mayor.
this
You're
is
gonna-
what we're
Mayor-
doing, we're
So,
following,
Mayor,
excuse
this
me,
is my report.
it's not a
Oh,
report,
so
you're
you're
on.
gonna tell me what I can report on and what I can't
At this
report on?
moment, yes, ma'am.
Well,
Yes,
I'm not
ma'am.
gonna actually listen to you, so I'm gonna finish my report, Mayor.
Point of,
So,
Tara,
and my
please.
report is, if you don't like what you
No.
see going on to the entire community,
Point of order, please, point of order.
what, point of order? Wow, I have never, wow, I can't give a report?
You may, and you may give it under new business or old business, but right now we
Okay,
have.
so I
we
will
have-
call out to the community to get involved in your community
Excuse
during
me,
old business and new
Ms.
business.
Prupus, you could do it
Thank
then.
you, Mayor.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Vinayak, do you have any reports?
Yes.
Thank you.
First of all, even I'd like to congratulate, good work, Mr. McDonald and Chief Confederate on the crossing guard. Good achievement. On the flood mitigation, we had our meeting with the South Mountain residents on Saturday. The whole committee was there from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. There were good participation. We were talking about the drainage program or project. The entire committee was there. Maybe a few of them weren't, but it went very well. And it was taken with the residents were very receptive on the project. We are going to have a public session tomorrow. So people who are interested to get an update, please feel free to log in.
What time is that?
8:30 in the morning. Mr. McDonald, you can give the information if you can, please, later on.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Any other committees? Any other reports? No. Is Mr. Wasserman on, Committeeman Wasserman on yet?
Yes, Mayor, do you guys hear me? And
Oh,
see me?
yes, there you are. Hello.
Yeah, I think this is probably the second time I've been on Zoom. I had a little bit of a, I don't know what you want to call it, maybe a spill. So I'm going to be out of commission for a few days. I have a little spinal surgery coming
Oof.
up on Thursday, unfortunately. But I just want people to know that if you're trying to reach me, I may have a little bit of a slower response. But anyway, that's more on a personal note. So back to my committee reports. I'm very excited to mention that our founding day, our first, I think it's Millburn's first founding day celebration is happening on Saturday, April 30th. I believe Alex had put out some flyers for people to take home. It's going to be Saturday, April 30th from 11 to 1. We're going to have a townwide beautification. 1 to 3, there's going to be about events at the Bauer Center. We have a rain date. I also want to thank, I want to highlight that this is part of the Green Team is participating, Environmental Commission is participating, CETA, the Historical Society, and of course, Explore Millburn. And there's going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be a cleanup, and really want to invite everybody to get involved. If people are interested in joining us and in participating, you can email. The flyers are out there, but it's CETA.info@millburntwp.org. Also, I just want to piggyback on Committeeman Vinayak's comments about the flood mitigation work. We're working very closely with our residents. Very excited for residents, especially in South Mountain. We are really hoping we're getting closer to starting projects in the South Mountain area. We still have some work to do, but I'm really encouraged that this is going to happen this year. And I'll remind, when we started looking at these projects, I think we found that they were first being discussed about 30 years ago. So if we can get some shovels in the ground and get this work done, I'll be really delighted. And I also want to thank Committeeman Vinayak for his good work on this with me. I am also thrilled, as Committeewoman Prupus said, about the crossing guards. This was a very, this was something we put a lot of time in, a lot of thought in. There was a lot of back and forth on it, but to have crossing guards, those positions filled, really, it means a lot to me. Other than that, Other than that, I think I have some comments about Explore Millburn, but I'll hold that for a little later.
Thank you. My report tonight, I asked Chief Gilfetter to please come in to talk about that terrible thing that happened 2 nights ago to one of our residents where there was a carjacking down on Milton. So I've asked Chief Gilfetter to please come in and help us to understand and what we can do. And thank you. Do you want to? Thank you, Chief.
Good evening, everyone. I'm
Good evening.
Chief Gilfetter. I was asked tonight to come with from the mayor and Mr. McDonald to speak about the incident that happened on Sunday at around 5:30 on Milton Street. So we had a report of an armed carjacking that happened there. The resident reported that he pulled up and was parking in front of his house, and there was a group of 6 possibly juveniles on the block. One was standing right in front of his house. One of the males there, about 18 years old or so, when the victim came out of the house, he asked for his car keys. The victim didn't know what was going on. He said, "Give me your car keys again," and pointed a handgun at him. At that time, the victim just gave his car keys to them. All the juveniles on the block then rushed and went to his Porsche, and then they drove down Milton Street and left. So this incident's still under investigation by our detective bureau. We actually found the car today. So they're still working on leads to get these juveniles. Thankfully, we were able to get video and stuff from some neighbors and some tips from people in the neighborhood. And at this point, we're providing extra patrols in the area. We have some special plainclothes officers in the neighborhood, continuing our messaging about stolen cars, about lock your vehicles, keep your key fobs out of the cars. And our department right now is working with the major crimes unit in Newark and with our Essex County Prosecutor's Office. Some other things that we're doing, we have our license plate readers out and about. We're also been before this working on new technologies with license plate readers, cameras, and a fiber optic network that would be going throughout the township, which has been an ongoing project. So we continually ask our residents to keep locking their cars. The criminals out there are opportunists. They're looking for unlocked cars because they're looking for easy targets. If you see something suspicious, please call us. Do not confront these people. You can call us at 911 or 564-7001. We've been getting a lot of cooperation from the neighbors. And unfortunately, the unlocked cars is what's drawing these criminals into our township at this point. Not just our township, but the surrounding towns, Summit, Livingston, seem to be getting hit pretty well. So for this year, we've had 6 stolen cars, 5 in January, 1 this year. And then for last year, we made a total of 23 motor vehicle arrests, 12 motor vehicle burglary arrests. We also had 19 complaints filed out. So that means we found the subjects. We just don't have them now. With a total of 32 charges pending against those people. And for, I'm sorry, that was for auto burglary. And for motor vehicle theft, 17 complaints out for people and 40 charges out for those. So one might ask why all of a sudden there's an increase over the past couple of years of car thefts. And I think it has a whole host of things. Some have to deal with bail reform. Some has to do with COVID because the courts shut down and people aren't going to court as they usually would. And some have to do with the new Attorney General policies. And just so people are in the know, just in January, the Attorney General has limited police powers in regarding of following stolen vehicles. Now we only can follow for first-degree crimes or serious secondary crimes, and some of them are manslaughter, vehicle homicide, aggravated assault. None of them incorporate just a stolen vehicle anymore. So last year we had our high of 52 police chases in the township. Under these new guidelines, of those 52, we would only be able to chase for 2 of them. So it has limited our powers at that point. So I'd just like to give some tips on how not to be a victim. dealing mostly with carjacking because that's what the most recent incident happened. So if you approach your car, make sure you look around inside your car before getting in. Park in a well-lit area near sidewalks or walkways. Avoid parking near dumpsters, woods, large vans, trucks, anything that limits your visibility of your surrounding areas. Never leave valuables in plain view, even when your car is locked. Put them out of sight in the trunk. Keep your doors locked and windows rolled up, no matter how short a distance and how safe you think the area is. Look around, especially at places where you slow down and stop, such as garages, parking lots, intersections, self-service gas stations, car washes, ATMs, etc. When coming to a stop, leave enough room to maneuver around other cars, especially if you sense any kind of trouble. So you have an opportunity to get away. Look around for the possible avenues of escape. Keep some distances between you and the vehicle. Maneuverability easily necessary about 1/2 of your vehicle's length. Avoid driving alone if possible. Don't stop to assist a stranger whose car has been broken down. Instead, call the police. You can assist them. And if someone were to approach you, if a carjacker threatens you with a gun or other weapon, just give up your car. Don't argue. Don't ask them a bunch of questions. Your life is worth way more than your car. Listen carefully to all the directions from the carjacker. Don't make any quick or sudden movements that they can think that's a counter attack to them. Always keep your hands in plain view. Make the attacker aware if there's children present. They might only be focused on you and not know that there may be children in the car. Get away as quick as possible. Contact the police department immediately. If you can, describe the events to the police, what time of the day it happened, where it happened, etc. Describe the carjacker as much as you can. Try to remember their height, weight, any scars, marks, hair color, eye color, facial hair. Describe the carjacker's vehicle if possible. Get the color, make, model, and year. And golden rule is description is to give only the information you absolutely remember. Don't try to guess what they look like or think what they look like under their mask or whatever they had. And please don't try to just attack them and arrest them yourself. Always call us. There's also some type of carjacking scams that are out there. I'd just like to mention there's the bump, where the carjacker will bump the victim's vehicle from behind. The victim gets out to assess the damage, and then the victim vehicle is taken, they just jump in the car and drive away. The ruse where the vehicle behind the victim flashes its lights, or the driver waves to the victim to get their attention. The carjacker tries to indicate that there's a problem with the vehicle's car. And then when you pull over, they jump in your car and take it away. There's a trap where the carjackers use surveillance to follow the victim home. When the victim pulls into his driveway, the carjacker pulls up behind and blocks the victim's car in. So those are some of the scams out there, so you're aware.
It's very frightening, isn't it? Does anyone on the committee have any questions for the chief?
Chief, a question on the number plate recorder or reader. Did we ever pass that project, or what is the status? And I'm asking the question to you and also looking at Mr. McDonald, because I worked with him last year on that to fund that project, or at least to kind of get that going. So just wanted to understand, where are we with that?
I'm actually going to defer to the chief only because he has a better understanding of the technology and the deficiency that we had at the beginning of that project and looking into that project, in terms of what we needed to be out for that system to be able to do, to maximize its effect. Certainly, one of the things that we've been focused on most recently is working on fiber and getting fiber into the areas that we anticipate having some technology put, because that's the first step in anything anyway. But I'll let the chief answer in terms of the technology.
So for the license plate reader part of that project, what we needed was for it to match up against NCIC, which would tell us that there's a stolen car entering the town. About 3/4 away through the initial project. All along they were saying that it could do it, then we found out 3/4 away that it couldn't. It would capture plates, but it wouldn't tell us if a stolen car was coming in. We're actually meeting with the company again Thursday, this coming Thursday, which they're saying that it now does that because Motorola Solutions has bought up a lot of the companies and now they're merging them together so that that project should work.
Oh, that's great news. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for the chief?
Anybody in the audience ask a question?
I leave it to you, Chief.
Chief? You're fine.
So if a stolen car comes into the town, can you chase them?
No.
Why report it?
So what we do is we follow and make sure they're not in the neighborhoods, checking everybody's car, getting out of the car, burglarize a home or something. But once they take off, we're no longer allowed to use them anymore.
Coming or going?
Yeah, coming or going.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's the Attorney General's.
It's not ours, it's your turn.
I do have a question for the chief. Have you looked at recommending residents to put their car keys in a faraway box? Faraway box is an insulated box that keeps thieves from bouncing the chip to the car because they can do it remotely. And just having a faraway box where you put your keys, normally you put it by your front door. It's very easy for a thief to read the reader, your key fob, and be able to open your car. A faraway box would insulate it and keep it from being able to be read. It's a relatively inexpensive solution. Amazon, we have it. I used to be at the factory that produced it in China. It's a very, very simple device. And it does keep thieves from bouncing the fob reader to open the car.
So any part of prevention is, I would always recommend any kind of prevention that you can have. We haven't seen a lot of that. We've seen more of people just leaving their key fobs inside the car themselves and leaving the car unlocked.
Yeah.
But like I said, any type of prevention is always good, whether it's that or having something protecting your credit card in your wallet, those types of.
But that is, it's very much like a credit card reader.
Right.
And recommending it, it's a $20 purchase, and recommending it to township people that get in the habit of dropping their key fob into that box. You can stop the disaster.
Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll just make a point that, and to the chief's point, certainly anything that will protect against or prevent against car theft or protect your assets. However, the township doesn't make specific recommendations of products only because,
We can't.
certainly that's your
Mhm.
own preference, your own reference, things like that. So,
Right. Best thing is to bring the key fob in, but at the same time, we are concerned and we're very interested in even reaching out with people in the county. I spoke to the county executive's chief of staff today and to Sheriff Fontoura. So it's important that and I know they work so well with you and we have someone on the task force there, so that's great. But it's a big concern for us and everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. I guess we've had one in February and that was this one.
That's this one.
That was this one. So the messages seem to be working.
We have increased the messaging again, because there was, last year, we had a lot of messaging, it seemed to be working, then we let go of the messaging and
Then
the rates
the
kind of
incidents went back up.
again, so we have increased the messaging again.
And we're increasing patrolling as well in
Yes.
neighborhoods.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much. There's one more question, one more woman behind you.
Hi. It's my understanding, and I could be very wrong about this, that it's illegal to have tinted front windows in your car.
Correct.
And when I'm walking around my neighborhood with my dog, I often see cars, on a daily basis with tinted front windows. You cannot see who's driving the car. And I just wonder, does the police department have a policy about pulling people over for that, ticketing them, or is there?
So we don't have a policy, but it is a violation of motor vehicle rules, so we do pull them over and issue something.
Do you pull them over only if it's another violation that you're pulling them over? I just think it's,
No, we can pull them over for that violation. Yes.
but is it a policy to do that? I'm asking in the town. I understand from a lot of other towns that they just don't do it. They just let people go if they have tinted windows.
We pull people over for motor vehicle violations. That's one of them violations. So yes, we would pull.
I know some people that live further south, and they've had like a sponsored community meeting with their chief, just like you're doing here, which is great. Would you be open to doing that so that people in the community can raise their questions and concerns? And I guess the second thing I was gonna ask about is the neighborhood watch programs. That there's one I know in Chatham, because I reached out there. Is that something that you've seen work, and would that work in a place?
So I haven't seen that much in Millburn Short Hills.
Yeah.
That's something usually the neighborhood forms, and then they have a liaison with the police department. So they'll form their own neighborhood watch, they run it themselves, they have a liaison with the police department who will come in, give crime tips. If the neighborhood watch group has any issues, they contact the liaison and voice their issues and stuff like that.
So if the neighborhood wanted to do that, they could reach out to you and say, we'd like a liaison to work with us?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
One last question. Can private security be hired?
As in, I don't think you have to be more specific.
Private security.
If you want to have private security, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, this question, that question has come up in the past as well, and I think generally the answer to that is that's not a recommendation that we would make. I think at times it can become somewhat more problematic than beneficial. However, certainly if a private citizen wished to do that for their own property, but when you're talking about patrolling public streets and dealing with what they can do in the event of something that's happening, I think it's something that you need to look very hard into. But it wouldn't come from the township.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much, Chief. Thanks for coming out
Thank
today.
you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Have a nice evening. We are now going to have a presentation for the proposed Main Street 100% affordable housing development proposal. We've asked RPM Development Group to come and review the process and haven't at our open meeting. So thank you very much.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor, if I have some comments, could I make them now?
No, we're going to let them present and then you can make them afterwards. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. My name is Ed Bartopoli.
Would you mind taking your mask off so everyone can hear you?
I would not.
Okay, thank you.
Would like to. So my name is Ed Martoglio.
Mr. Martoglio, thank you.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm the president and one of the founders of RPM.
Okay,
We are based in Montclair, New Jersey, and for some 35 years, we've worked throughout the state of New Jersey, building 100% affordable housing developments as well as mixed income developments. Our company is diversified in that we do both the construction, the development, and then we are the on-site managers too. And so another thing, so Joe Portelli is the vice president and the lead developer for this particular project. We're a company of almost 200 people. And though Joe looks quite young, he's actually worked for RPM for more than a decade now, and has worked on some of our most complicated projects throughout the state. So he's very well versed, as you'll see in a few moments as he presents. And then the only other thing I'd like to add is that for probably 2 decades, I've been hiking in South Mountain Reservation with my second dog now. And so we're really very delighted to have the opportunity to build this much needed affordable housing development.
thank you so much, sir.
Good evening to all.
Good
I'm
evening.
Joe Portelli. Can you bring up full screen? Oh, okay. Now, I'm just going to walk through some of our representative projects from all over the state, really, give you an idea of what we're capable of and our experience. And then I will let Anthony D'Agosta present the draft preliminary concept that we've come up with. The first project I'd like to highlight is over in North Caldwell. White Rock Heights is a 50-unit, 100% affordable housing project, a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units that serves very low, and moderate income households. And it's worth mentioning that this was a project that also came from a settlement agreement with Fair Share Housing Center. We finished that in 2020. The next couple slides are for a group of projects. Since the mid-2000s, we've been the designated redeveloper in Franklin Township, Somerset County. And in 2009, we opened our first building, and since that time, we've done 5 more projects in and around the redevelopment area, totaling over 500 units. And it's worth highlighting Franklin Township because we built a few different types of projects for families, for seniors, for some market rate units. We're planning another phase, and it involves public infrastructure. Next slide. So this is the public space that we built with the current phase that we just recently finished called Somerset Square. So we're capable of thinking comprehensively over time to deliver a range of type of projects. And that's Franklin Boulevard Commons. That's a 68 unit project. We finished around 2008, and that's a project that has about 30,000 square feet of retail space that has since been leased, and we have about 300,000 square feet of commercial space in the portfolio. The last project I'll touch on is Westfield Commons down in Westfield, Gloucester County, a passive house building, but is a net zero energy building. And by net zero, I mean we've tried to lower energy use as much as possible and raise on-site renewable energy as much as possible so that the net energy usage is zero. And this is a 65 unit project for seniors. This is also a passive house building, which means that it goes above and beyond our typical level of energy efficiency, which I'll touch on briefly, but it's super tight, very well insulated, super high performing windows, great ventilation, really great quality building. And in my humble opinion, I think we are without a doubt the industry leader in green building New Jersey, especially for affordable housing. We've done about 50 LEED Platinum certified buildings, which is the highest level of certification under the Leadership Energy Environmental Design program. So it's something we take very seriously. We've got a great team to do it, our construction and design team. And our base package for energy efficiency, something we bring to the table here, is also pretty high performing, high quality windows, above average insulation, stainless steel Energy Star appliances, low or no VOC finishes. So it's a healthy living environment. So there's all kinds of energy efficiency and green features that we would incorporate here. And I just want to show a sample interior from a project that we recently completed in Trenton. This is a Patriot Village project. There's no cookie cutter program or approach for our projects. Every project gets its own unique touch when it comes to not just the outside, but also inside the building. Okay, and I'll have Anthony come up to talk about the concept that we have been working on, which is not final by any means. There's still a lot of design and engineering to be done, but this is something that at least fits with the concept that has been put forth or blessed by Fair Share Housing Center.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. So Joe did a fantastic summary of respective projects that are similar in typology to what is being presented this evening. And I, much like Joe, have been with my company for a little over a decade, but our collaboration with RPM goes back quite a few decades. And I can honestly say that they deliver a far superior product, certainly on the affordable end, and are well above market on market rate departments. So we as designers really enjoy working with a development team that's willing to allow our architectural talents to kind of take shape, and we appreciate that. I think in this fashion, as we kind of move through the design here, it's never a straight line process. It is an iterative process, and we are on, the second or third concept of this site on this site. We've collaborated with Fair Share and your committee on further refining this design. And I think, as Joe mentioned, this is certainly not the end of the line, and we're willing to and excited to kind of massage this design further and improve it as it kind of goes into its next iteration. I have a pointer, and if everyone could not see it, never mind. Well, I think everyone is probably familiar with the site. The DPW building is to the left of the page, yep, where the cursor is. The gray area to the right of that building is about a 60-foot swath of parking. And then from that building to our yellow building, is represented in yellow at least, is 160 feet. So we're a really good distance away from the DPW building itself. And the dark gray that sort of sits at the ground level behind our building is a part of our parking area. The rest of the parking occurs beneath the building. What we're proposing is a 4-story building. When we get to the slides of the elevations, the massing of this building is careful as to how it interacts with the street. But by and large, it's a 4-story building that's set back from the street, meets the most recent RFP's design criteria, where we're providing a 10-foot setback from the street frontage at the ground floor. We're providing a 20-foot setback nearest the street and 15 along the railway side of the building. As I mentioned, 160 feet from the DPW building and 60 feet from our property line. And then generally 10 to 6 feet around the other angles of the building. It's obviously an irregular shaped building, but what we're trying to do is maximize our light corridor towards the center of the courtyard. We're providing some amenity space at the second floor, which is on the second or the left side of the building where the cursor is dancing there. That space is accessible to all residents of the building. That space is around 4,200 square feet. And that's sort of to lift the residents off the ground floor and have an outdoor amenity space to themselves in the fine summer months that we're all looking forward to. At the lower level, we have a sort of a grander entrance to our lobby where the cursor is now. That's the main entrance to the parking area that would access a lobby towards the center, the knuckle of the building. And we'll see that in the next slide. And our general approach here is making sure that we're being respectful of what's happening at the street level. We're providing vehicular access off of Old Short Hill or Main. We're no longer depending on the access through the DPW lot. This is sort of an entity to itself. We're providing a very deep green buffer between our property and the utilitarian DPW behind us. And we're greening up the front of our property, allowing a wider sidewalk and sort of a transition from beneath the trestle down Main. And the first interaction you have is with our building, and we're very conscious of that. Next slide, please. At the ground floor, our lobby is sort of towards the top of the screen, top right of the screen. Towards the middle, in yellow or goldenrod, is an amenity space at the ground level. We're very careful to make sure that we're activating the ground floor of the building. We're making sure that this is sort of not laying dormant during off hours. These are spaces that will sort of be active throughout the day. The amenity space is roughly 1,700 square feet at this level. This space is programmed to allow events within the building and the residents of the building to use and sort of break out of their apartments. There's the back of house spaces, the utility, the sort of boring parts of the building are the dark gray areas, and we've been very conscious to sort of pull that off of the street frontage. There's a small management area in that light blue sort of towards the middle of the building. And that all of these spaces are conscious of making sure that the interaction between resident and management is very safe and careful. The lobby is visible from the management area. The lobby is visible from the parking area. And all of these spaces sort of interact and are cohesive with one another. Next slide, please. As we get up to the second floor, it's a very traditional double loaded corridor, as we call it, where we have two lines of, we have a line of apartments, a corridor, another line of apartments for a good portion of the building. As we sort of make the bend on the left-hand side of the C shape, at the second floor, we have an additional amenity space that's a sort of a breakout space for the second floor terrace that I mentioned a little bit earlier. This is sort of an indoor-outdoor space that will allow access in the sort of the shoulder seasons of the year, where you might want to go outside for a little bit, but maybe you want to spend a little time inside. And in general, we're meeting the requirements of the RFP's unit mix. We're providing the requisite number of 3s, 2s, and 1 bedrooms. We're sort of sprinkling them across the building. We're not sort of lining one end and loading on either side. We're providing 2 elevators for this project, as well as 2 stairs. The building will be fully sprinkled, so fire safety is obviously a concern and something that we take seriously. So working with the RFP, we also recognize that the emergency access would be provided on the 15-foot frontage on the railroad side of the building. Next slide, please. As we move up on the 3rd and 4th floors, the 3rd floor There's a laundry, a common laundry facility for all residents in the building at this level. As you can see, it's still a double loaded corridor, generally the same footprint. And at the fourth floor, the next slide, please. You can see that the building steps back a good 45 feet from the property line and maybe 52, 55 feet from the curb. Again, the concern here was making sure that we were operating and feeling as though it was a shorter building that was a little bit more conscious of the surrounding context. We recognize that the buildings in the area are sort of in the 3 to 4 story range, but what we really wanted to do is move that mass off the street and have it operate and feel more like a 3-story building. Next slide, please. And this is sort of a visual representation of what the building could look like. We spent a good amount of time kind of taking a tour of the town and making sure we're using materials that were sort of contemporary, of course, but also respectful of the general context. So you'll see a heavy use of brick throughout the project. The ground floor is anchored by a heavy dose of cast stone to kind of ground the building, have it be tactile at the human scale. At the left side of the building is our garage vehicular access point. Towards the middle of the building is where our lobby would be. And again, as you can see, the building operates more as a 3-story building, as that 4th story is set back a good distance, and quite frankly is not perceived as a 4-story building at the street level. And that area itself, is crowned with a bit of metal panel and architectural panel throughout. We've treated all of these facades equally, and through the iterations, we sort of balanced the exterior and added fenestration and window to make sure that all the bedrooms and living rooms have the requisite amount of air and light, making these, very, very truly habitable spaces for everyone. And I believe there's one more slide. This is sort of a bird's eye view. You're seeing it contextually towards the right of the street, the right of the screen, I should say. The building you can see is sort of set off of the curb. There's a little green space out in front of the building. The building is stepped back at the 4th floor, as I mentioned, to have that operate more like a 3-story building. And that C shape sort of takes shape. There is that interior courtyard, sort of the upper center of the screen, where we were programming with some outdoor space for the residents of the building. And then at the lowest level, sort of towards the front of the building, is our main lobby access off of the parking garage. I think that might be it.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee have questions for the gentleman who presented today? Any questions?
Well, Ms.
Hold
Mayor.
on, hold on.
Go ahead, Mr. Benayak.
And what I'm going to suggest is that we're going to have everybody on the committee ask questions. Let's write them all down, and then let's answer them at one time. And then we'll do the same with the public, because the public has every right to ask questions. I think that's the smart way to go. And then this way we're not repeating questions over and over. So Mr. Benayak, if you have a whole bunch of questions, why don't you give them to the gentleman and he can write them down and we can plan the same way.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
So when I saw your presentation earlier, you have mentioned about that you also do the management of the affordable housing. I don't see that you touched base on that. At this time, I think it'll be good for you to talk or touch on that portion for the people and the audience here as well as online, or if they want to know. It was pretty interesting. I actually like that fact of your company.
Sure.
Do you have
Thank
any
you.
other questions, Mr. Benayak?
No, Mayor.
Ms.
Thank you.
Ziegler, do you have any questions?
Mayor,
Questions,
my statement has my questions within it.
just
So-
questions, please. At this time, we're asking questions of the gentleman. And then if you have a statement, you can have it later when we have the resolution ready, because you'll be allowed to speak again then. But this is just questions for these gentlemen. Do you have any questions for them?
I have a lot of questions.
Good.
Okay, let's start with then. I'm going to read something that's not part of my statement. Did you consider our downtown vision plan, which was something the town worked diligently on? It spent almost $200,000. There was a huge subcommittee, and the statement from our website says, the entire process was a wonderful example of community engagement that will help guide the township as it moves forward with important initiatives to revitalize and reimagine the downtown. The vision goal had goals. This was a tremendous product that took the input from 300 residents. Did you take that into an account when you were planning this project?
Do you have any other questions?
I have a lot of questions, Mayor.
Keep going. So he can write them down and answer them all at one time.
Getting them.
Did you consider the town having a redevelopment project to go on this site? Because that was part of the vision plan. Did you consider and advise that we should be looking into that?
Can I ask what you mean?
Instead of back and forth, I'd like it if she would present all her questions and then you can answer them at
Okay.
one time.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Do you know what a redevelopment area, you know what a redevelopment plan is, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so I just want to make sure he knows what that is. This is really important for the town
course
moving
it is.
forward. Have you spoken with property owners that surround the area, common lot, paint store across the street? Have you spoken to our businesses around town?
Okay.
What would you have done differently if you could have had the entire site, if we had done a redevelopment plan? What would you have done or proposed differently? If we, because we are moving our DPW site, that is just inevitable here. What could you have done to include the entire site in your project? A big concern is having egress in and out onto Main Street. You know, it's right down the street from our middle school. Have you ever come downtown on a Friday afternoon and watched the middle school kids?
That's a question.
That's a question, Maggie.
Okay.
Because this is a huge consideration. We are now going to have a 4-story building where there is no building. And it's going to make that area completely different. This is changing the entire landscape of our community. Have you considered, now you said during your presentation that you've done commercial under apartments. Did you consider that? Okay, I'm gonna wait to say my statement because this is a little too disjointed and there's a lot of things that I would like to comment on. So this isn't really working for me, Mayor, so.
It's okay.
I will
It's
wait.
okay. Rufus, do you have any questions?
I do. I have a lot of questions. I also have a problem with this process that we're not gonna have a back and forth
Yeah.
opportunity for dialogue with the developer.
You're entitled to feel that way. Please.
Well,
This is,
wait,
I'm
but
running the meeting. Excuse me. I'm running the meeting. This is how I wish to run the meeting.
Wait a second, there's a consensus here, so I'd like to make a motion to change the process of this meeting because I think you're doing this wrong.
You're entitled to
Okay.
feel that way.
I would like to make a motion that we will have a dialogue, that the township committee members can have a dialogue with the developer. Would you like to second that
I
motion?
would like to second that.
Right,
And
'cause
I would be,
I've never seen this is such a huge thing. And you're gonna condense this so that we ask our questions, he repeats it, and then we're done, and then you're gonna vote.
No, that is not true.
All right, so we're gonna have back and forth?
I'm just asking you to ask him your
Am
questions.
I gonna have an opportunity for back and
You'll
forth?
be able to
Mayor?
speak to him, but you have to.
Oh,
I'm just
okay,
asking you
great.
to
So we'll
ask
have
your
an
questions.
opportunity for back and
okay,
forth.
wait, I'd like to go back one question. Do you believe that when you were green lighted to make this presentation, you in essence were being offered this contract, that this is yours? Do you believe that is the end result of this evening? You got it? Because you don't
can
have
go-
consensus up here.
Committeewoman Eglo, we can go one for one if you want
Excuse
time to
me,
take your
excuse me,
question,
point of
okay?
order.
We can go one
Point.
for one. So I'll go one, you go one. You take
No,
your
it
time.
doesn't work that way.
Oh, it doesn't? Oh,
It doesn't. Ms.
oh, now
Rufus-
there's like, I get to talk
No.
and then I'm done talking.
No. Ms.
And then
Rufus,
you get to, then
Rules
Committeewoman Eglo
change.
gets to talk.
Rules
Can you
change.
please?
And then
Please.
she's done talking.
You're
Okay,
out of order.
are you ready to write down my questions?
Sure am.
What was your name again?
Joe Portelli.
Joe, perfect. Joe.
Yeah.
Are you buying the land from the township?
You can't
He's
answer.
going to answer my questions, but we're gonna wait
Excuse
until after.
Please.
You let me know when you're ready for the next one.
I am.
Okay. How much do you anticipate buying the land for the town, from the township for? I'm just a little flustered because this is not how I expected this night to go. Okay, you ready? How much do you anticipate the project costing the township?
Okay, I'm ready.
How much do you anticipate the project costing overall? I see a picture of two-way traffic on Essex Street. Are you a proponent of two-way traffic on Essex Street? On the back of the thing, I see a car, you know, because right now it's just a one-way, but are you a proponent? Is this you saying that you believe that we should have two-way traffic on Essex Street? Or do you know something that I don't know about two-way traffic coming to Millburn Avenue?
No. Okay, I'm ready for the next one.
Okay, what type, and my light is not directed to you at all, so let's just take a breath. I'm gonna take a breath.
Okay.
They don't need to come firing out at you.
I'm ready for it as they come.
I'm actually like really nice. Joe and I used to do yoga a lot together in Montclair. I don't know if you remember me. Yoga Montclair. Do you remember our days together there with Vishali? Yeah. Hi, Joe. Okay, so I'll go back to my yoga breathing. Woo. What type of amenity is going to go into the amenity space? And you have, he said 1,700 square feet, but it's 1,500 square feet written on the thing. So exactly what is gonna go into the amenity space? What are the taxes? Like, what will this project be paying for taxes? Who's planting the trees? Because they look like beautiful mature trees. So are you guys proposing that you will put in beautiful mature trees that look like the ones in the pictures because they look gorgeous? And we could use more trees in our downtown for sure. I'm all in favor of that. Will you be, so when you come in off of Main Street, there's commercial business parking spaces there, Alex, right? Are you building us commercial parking spaces? And are you gonna give the town the revenue that we get from those business parking spaces? I think there's 30, is that?
Somewhere in that.
30, so, or where are they gonna be distributed throughout the downtown? Where's the salt dome going and the fueling pumping station? The fuel pump station? Stilts. What are the benefits and the disadvantages of building a building on stilts? I want both sides. And who on our subcommittee have you worked with before? I think that's all my questions. Oh my God, we were gonna go one for one. I'm so sorry, I just like.
It's okay, it's not my
Mr.
turn.
Wasserman, do you have
Oh,
any questions
okay.
for us this evening?
But those were good.
Thanks.
Mr. Wasserman? You're muted, sir.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Hi, Joe. Joe, I want to let you know that I think the building actually looks really nice, and I do like the trees also. Joe, tell me something. Tell me something. How long tell me the schedule in terms of construction. How long do you think that this will take in terms of building this project? That's one question. Another question is, I think, some of this should be, I think that some of the discussion here, Mayor, should have our Mr. Buzak or our professionals in terms of framing, what was asked of Joe and what the rules are in terms of our settlement agreement. I really don't disagree, in terms of other things that you could do here, but in terms of our settlement agreement, in terms of what we were required to do here, I think that it's very important for Ed or Beth or one of our professionals to outline, what is demanded of us under the agreement and what would happen, if we decided to not do this and say, you know what, we want to do something else. We don't really, we're having second thoughts. Let's do a comprehensive plan of the whole DPW, which sounds great, but how, but is that, according to our professionals, is that even, something that you could even think about? My understanding, and I'll leave this to Ed, if hopefully Ed can add into this. My understanding is that shovels have to be in the ground at some point, middle, I don't know, May to September of next year. And we have a schedule to uphold. And if we don't do that, what the consequences are. So, while I do understand, appreciate, where my colleagues are coming from on this, I don't think we should lose sight of what our requirements are, what our agreement says, and what happens if we try to vary from it. I mean, that's my 2 cents.
And do you have any other questions for Joe?
Not right now, Mayor.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna start with property management because that's an easy one. We have, most of the staff at RPM is property management staff. Each building has at least one on-site superintendent who's there 24/7, works regular business hours, but is there for emergencies. And each building is part of a regional property manager's portfolio, usually has 300 to 400 units. So we have a bunch of property managers that oversee different buildings in the portfolio. We have leasing and income certification and compliance folks on staff. So they'll be involved in the beginning of the project and remain with the project as it's up and operating. And we have people who work at the Office of Montclair doing accounting, and we've got a social services team that do programming with our residents of different kind. So it's a pretty robust operation. And when it comes to leasing and income certification, recertification, our work gets double and triple checked, not just by our tax credit investors, but also the state housing finance agency. So there are a bunch of different layers of oversight on that.
What, can I ask Committeeman Vanayak a question directly?
Sure.
So
Mr. Vanayak.
what was like so impressive? Just
I'm
so I can, what was so impressive to you about that you
That they
wanted?
manage affordable housing.
But all the developers have management to affordable housing.
That's my perspective of what I liked at the presentation, so I asked that question.
Okay, got it. But it doesn't differentiate RPM from any
Maybe
other.
to you, but to me, it differentiated when they brought it up in the presentation.
But they all do that.
Thank you. Next
Great.
question.
I was just wondering if I missed.
Next
I liked the
question.
one
Okay.
that, and they
I
were
got
the
it. Thank
probably
you.
only company, if you see all the 4 presentation, you were already there probably. But they were the one that actually talked about it, which I liked, so I
I
asked the
got it.
question.
I got it.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll deal with a few of the design questions next. You had asked about the vision plan and the redevelopment plan. I can't say I remember specifically looking at a vision plan, but I am familiar with the redevelopment plan that was done circa 2009, I think it was, so it dates back a little while. In fact, that was the first place that we looked when the RFQ and the P came out, really the Q, to look for some inspirations, for some guidance on bulk and design and parking and setbacks and the whole bit. So I know that those documents and those efforts really they're a huge undertaking and are very important to municipalities and their residents. So when they exist, we give it serious consideration.
Joe, the vision plan was done in 2020, completed last year.
Okay.
May I make
You
a
should check it
comment
out.
as well, Mayor?
You may.
The vision plan that we are talking about, and another one that we talked about here, which is MKW, that is the open gateway process. Both of those plans, which was great plans and huge plans and this and that, followed the same process. Subcommittee, then one final company, Perkin Eastman, came here, presented similarly like you, and we voted on it. Just wanting to make that comment here, that you're no different than anyone else.
Except we didn't build anything. We didn't do anything. We didn't implement anything.
Excuse me.
We're about to build a
Excuse me.
building.
Excuse
It's
me.
very different.
Thank you. Keep going, Joe.
Wait,
Thank you.
wait, to Mr.
Excuse me,
Benayak,
excuse me.
Mayor,
No,
you
no,
can't have
excuse me.
one rebuttal and not another rebuttal.
We're done. We're going to
So
listen
you're
to the
not a
rest.
mayor, you're a dictator.
That's.
This is,
you can
well,
call me
that's
that.
ridiculous.
fine.
She's definitely not a dictator.
Go ahead.
You
Thank
put
you.
her there, Committeewoman Echo.
I did
That's
put her
right.
there,
We
but I
did.
thought
We
we
did.
did,
Excuse
you and
me.
I did.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Point of order. You are out of order. Stop. Behave.
Hey, Maggie,
Stop.
chill.
Stop.
You're gonna throw me out?
Okay. Not spoken to any of the downtown property owners.
You have not.
I have not. You asked if we would have done anything differently if the rest of the DPW site was offered up. I'm not sure. I don't think we would have done a whole lot different for this concept, the 75 unit concept, because that was the opportunity presented to us. And the RFQ and the P and the settlement agreement were rather prescriptive. Didn't give you a whole lot of wiggle room in terms of mix and size. Of course, architectural treatment and programming, that flexibility exists. But on the whole, we were asked to present the qualifications and a concept for a 75 unit, 100% affordable housing project to implement the settlement agreement. Could there be a plain exercise or consideration of future phase? I don't see why not, but the task at hand was to focus on this 75 unit project.
And there's no green space, to be clear. The only outdoor space is a slab of concrete, a raised slab of concrete, correct?
There'll be some impervious coverage. I'm sorry, pervious, green spaces on the sidewalk. There was one iteration where we had a little bit of a landscaped area off of the amenity space towards the back of the parking area. There could be, like I said at the beginning, it's not set in stone. We've done some actual green roofs before. We've done roofs with planter boxes. There could be spaces that are not active but do have more green for stormwater management. So I guess too early to say at the moment.
But where would you put that green space? In this
Well,
plan?
on the terrace, the second floor terrace, and then there's also where there could be a third floor terrace where the fourth floor is set back off Main. So there are two additional opportunities to do that.
Oh,
and
so
maybe
like
even on the
above
ground
the
floor.
third story, you could put
Above the third
something
story. Yeah.
on,
Mhm.
okay,
Mhm.
so a few rooftop
That's,
decks.
Time of day, I have made visits to town late in the afternoon, but not during middle school, not when middle school is getting out.
4:30.
And commercial space, yes, if we had to consider commercial space, we did. And we ultimately decided not to include it with our proposal because it was not specifically asked, but we did keep an eye towards activating Main Street as best we can with other spaces, the amenity space, management office. So didn't want to leave it totally dead and ignore the street.
how does that activate Main Street, having your management office and an amenity space?
Well, certainly more active than a utility room or closet or a bike storage. So there will be people in the management office. There'll be the super will work out of there, the regional property manager will work out of there, leasing staff will work out of there. So people will come and go. And then, of course, the hope is for the amenity space is not just to build a nice looking space, but we want people to actually use it. So that's the hope, people eyes on the street. Sticking with some design questions. You asked about two-way traffic on Essex. I have not formed an opinion on traffic flow on Essex. I think our renderer just used a little bit of artistic license with traffic on Essex. So no plans to change
But
Essex with
you know
this.
about our conversation, obviously that's been happening. No, the rendering just happened on its own. Somebody was like, oh, let's make this two-way.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So from the vision plan, you should know this, from the vision plans, one of the recommendations from the planner was to make Essex and Millburn Avenue two-way. So I thought maybe you had heard about those conversations in some way or something, but no, they just went and designed it that way.
Correct, yeah.
That's really interesting. Okay.
The amenity space, or spaces, haven't settled on anything in particular yet. We've done a bunch of different spaces before. Some are more multi-purpose, that with flooring that could be used for Zumba or dance or yoga. Others are more loungy. We have fitness spaces. We've got something like business centers or places where people can work from home. So we've got a bunch of different types of spaces.
So do you
in the
guys
portfolio.
staff those amenity spaces and childcare? Is that sometimes, like, have you guys ever done childcare in your
We have,
amenities?
yeah, that's part of our, we have a regular menu, I'll call it, of empowerment programs and after-school programs.
And
are
who
part
figures
of it.
who figures that out? I mean, in the end, how does that get determined?
Well, we have an idea of what has worked well at other properties in the past. And examples of that include mentoring or computer lab or homework help. But it doesn't have to stay that way forever. We need feedback from our residents to know what's working and what's not, and we tweak accordingly.
And that's part of your management services
That's part of our service.
and social services.
Yeah. Mhm.
Got it.
Yeah, we've got a team of, we have one director and 7 or 8 staff. Yeah. And the size, not necessarily set at 1,500 or 1,700 square feet, to be determined as we work out the design details some more.
So how does that design, working out the design details more than, like, what does that actually mean in terms of working out with who? How do those decisions get made?
Well, we'll consult with the team internally for a project of this size and the mix and what kind of spaces they would need. Consult with key stakeholders here to say this, we think this would be good for residents, or this is missing in some of our other buildings. So we're not married to one idea or another at the moment. We just want a building that'll run well and stay full.
Have you ever built amenity spaces that are then used by the larger public? Is it only for the residents of the affordable housing?
We have, yeah, we have done projects where the community spaces are used by other groups outside of town residents, municipally led groups.
Got
it. Trees, I think, are important to soften the streetscape. So yes, of course, we'll have trees there. There might be a
Well, the
commission in
question was
town or-
about the mature,
How
like
mature?
how mature? Because we've had like little seedlings planted
Yeah.
along, and those did not look like seedlings. So I'm just curious how mature the trees are when you plant them.
Haven't picked a maturity or trees. That may have also been another item for artistic license from a
Okay.
renderer, but you can be
Native
sure that we'll
species.
do something appropriate and that fits with energy efficient and good water use, good landscape practice. So
Because I think people want, as I love artistic license and renderings, they're beautiful, but I think what people are really interested in is exactly what that building, what that space is going to look like in the next 5, 10, 15 years, not
sure,
beautiful.
I'd be happy if there's interest or time, would be happy to show you some of our other properties in and around Essex County. Curb appeal and landscaping is something that's really important to us and to Ed in particular. So some of our landscapes have matured quite well, and the team tries to do a really good job taking care of that. So we'd be happy to show you.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Wait, I think, oh yeah, I know. He gets, yeah, sorry.
I just wanted to ask, unless you want me to ask it when he's done.
So is it about the trees?
No, it's not about the trees. It's about the
Oh, I think-
amenity space.
We're just, go ahead, Richard, because you're hard to see anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to stick my face in there a little better. So Joe, in terms of the amenity space, how big is the amenity space about? Do you know that?
Yeah, on the ground floor was plus or minus 1,500 square feet. And on the second floor was plus or minus 1,100 square feet. It was.
Right. Now, is it possible? So is it possible that the amenity space could also be designed so at some point in the future it could be turned into a commercial use of some sort? So follow this, and this is a little out there, but is it possible that if the rest of the DPW at some point in the future gets, is designed into, has more housing of some sort or another development, is it possible to move the amenity space or convert that amenity space to a different use at some point in the future?
Well, yeah, I'd say that it's not impossible, but I'd say it's challenging because you'd have to, well, replace the space somewhere. And
Yeah.
Ed mentioned behind me that, would require a new approval to introduce a new use to the building. So while not impossible, it would be challenging.
Challenging.
Yeah.
Okay,
Be conservative with us.
Challenging, yeah, or I might even say
Impossible.
unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
that's a good attorney question.
The replacing commercial spaces. When
No.
you're coming,
Parking spaces.
parking spaces, when you're coming down
Main Street.
Main Street.
Main, towards downtown, there are spaces there on the right hand
30
side?
on the right hand.
No, they're on
It's-
the left hand side.
They're
That's the
within
right-hand
the 30 spaces are across where the building would be going. There are 30 spaces that we rent.
And
Yeah,
they're
so
business.
no impact to those spaces on that left side as you're coming down.
No,
no,
that's correct.
Or past the site either, as you get
Correct.
closer to the light.
Correct. This is right in where the site is going to be. We currently rent those spaces. How many do we rent, Alex?
Well,
They're business parking spaces.
yeah, they're business parking spaces and I think one of the things you have to consider in that is what the actual usage is. If you say there's 30 spaces, and I mean, I think that's something that would be evaluated in terms of how many actually are being used and how many you have to replace in terms of that usage.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
But they are used at night for the paper mill.
They are.
They are
That's correct.
very much used.
That's correct.
But we sell business parking permits, so it's a revenue source for our town.
That's correct.
So I guess maybe, Mr. McDonald, you can figure that out for us at some point. I mean, I think it's important for us to know what
Yeah, I think it's important to know
the town is.
right, the count in there in those 30 spaces and whether they're able to be made up anywhere else.
Like the
Right.
parking deck.
Right, I mean,
Okay.
Pros and cons of podium parking. Pros, make some more room for parking and building that you otherwise wouldn't have had you not raised the building up off the ground. The con is that it tends to be expensive. Whether it's a steel structure or a masonry structure, it costs money. So
What about maintenance?
maintenance, nothing unusual about maintenance. It ends up being a pretty good space, get sheetrocked and lit and fire protected, so ends up looking okay for parking, as good as parking could get. I personally do not know much about the salt dome or the pumping fuel station.
But it's on the site. It's where,
Will have to be moved.
And there are a handful of uses in that part of the site, so.
okay, so you haven't been engaged in any of the conversations about where those pieces are going?
I have not.
Okay.
Some questions not specifically related to design, more about business, I guess you could say. Land, I will say that nothing has been set in stone at the moment because the purpose of the action tonight is to conditionally designate us.
Forget what I'm talking about, like, is that your understanding of how it will happen? I know we haven't voted and nothing's been set in stone, but what is projected?
What we would like and what is projected is for the township to convey the land to us for $1.
What? Okay, can you explain that to us?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Wait,
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen,
hold on.
Excuse me.
He's gonna
Excuse
explain the
me.
process to us.
Yeah, it's not unusual to set up an affordable housing project like this. Our construction costs and professional costs and all other costs are going up at the same rate as everybody else, except we don't get to raise rents or raise more money like everybody else does. So to build as high a quality building as possible and to build all the amenities and pay for all the the things that are unique to affordable housing. We need to, lower costs as much as possible in a responsible way, or to raise as much money as possible. And reducing the land cost is a really good way to do that, and not unusual for 100% affordable projects
But where
coming
did
out
that come
of.
from? How did
I'm sorry?
whose decision was that? How did that come about?
Well, it hasn't been decided, but.
But,
it's
oh,
what-
so you
what
just
we have-
proposed that
what we
to
have
the town?
proposed. And actually, that might be in the settlement agreement as well. The town shall
Okay,
contribute. Is it
hold
not?
on, excuse me, please.
So I don't
Thank
know,
you.
it might, it contemplates conveying the land for this, so.
So basically, in the RFP, or like your response back is like, we want to buy your land for $1, your most prime real estate, like in the middle of the downtown.
Yeah, we had,
Have-
yes,
have you-
that's what we proposed.
Have you had the opportunity of building in another township on like their prime real estate?
Yes.
Where?
all-
Excuse
all
me.
over,
Where?
But specifically, just give me,
North Caldwell.
but is that like they're in like the heart of their downtown, like the most
Well,
expensive
North
real
Caldwell doesn't
estate?
have a
Downtown.
downtown, but it's certainly limited for developable land. And the old Essex County Correctional Facility was acres and acres.
And-
And there was a 6-acre parcel, 5 of which was set for 68 single-family homes, and the rest was donated for $1. And that's where we built our project.
So that's like your standard practice is paying $1 for affordable housing land,
For 100%.
for 100%.
Affordable.
So out of the 54 projects that you've done, we have a list of 39 are 100% affordable. And would you
Sounds
say,
about right.
would you say that, if I have it, would you say that in all of those projects, you've bought the land for $1?
Not all of them.
Not all of them,
But a
okay,
good number of them.
Right.
Yeah, it is a more recent phenomenon because there are many municipalities in New Jersey looking to do the same thing that Millburn is doing. They have settlement agreements, looking to compete for the same scarce resources to build a lot of affordable housing. And this is just one of the tools in the toolbox to potentially do it.
right.
Joe,
Okay.
can I ask you, is that based on the 9%, which would include homeless people, or is this based on the 4% with the Aspire, which has not happened yet? This new program that I believe Governor Murphy has rolled out that nobody has,
Aspire exists, but that would be regardless of how we finance it.
the $1.
Yes.
So there, just to be clear, we haven't chosen, there's so many different programs, and isn't that what part of this is about, is that this is a conditional, if the resolution were to go in your favor this evening, that this is conditional, and then it gets hammered out with the township committee and with you as to how this project rolls forward, whether it's 9%, 4%, or 4% with Aspire, is that correct?
That's correct. And with the
Okay.
professionals too. There's.
So we're gonna
plenty of
award a
ways to-
contract without them telling us how we're gonna finance the project,
No, no,
and then
what
we're
you
gonna
do,
work out the details after.
what you do is you pick one person, and then it could be that we negotiate this and we can't negotiate it to our favor, and we decide not to go forward with that. That
But
can
what about
happen, is
that
that
tight timeline we're working on? How can we do
we have to
that?
have the
But we can't
shovel.
even slow this process down, but we'll just get rid of them
Well,
if it's
maybe
not
Mr.
working, and,
Mariziti
like-
can speak to it, because Mr. Mariziti, who is in
All right,
the
we have-
audience today,
Can I
can
get a few more questions?
You may,
answered
but
from
let me
Joe?
finish. Thank you. Mr. Mariziti will be able to speak to that because he knows how long this process does take.
Right, but I don't think we're gonna be able to hire them and be like, oh, sorry, like, once we sign this contract to them, excuse me, guys, in all respect, but that's it. We're signing away our entire life, we're giving them everything.
No, we're not.
And then we can't,
Excuse
we're
me.
not gonna be able to negotiate.
That's not true.
And, well, maybe
That's
we
not
will,
true.
but then we're gonna run up against a timeline that I'm being told there's so much pressure and we have to do everything right now and the timeline's happening.
We have to have the shovels in the
Okay.
ground by
Right.
October of
All right,
20.
so-
Excuse me,
Excuse me, how much-
excuse me,
How
sir,
much?
please. No, you're being rude. Excuse me. We don't
You're
scream.
being rude.
No, we don't scream. Manners maketh men. Manners
Mayor, can we
maketh
take a
men.
break?
What happens if we don't?
5-minute break.
Thank you.
I'm going to ladies room.
Excuse me.
You going that one? I'll go this one.
You going to that? I'll go to this.
I know.
Waiting. Mr. Carney, would you just speak to? Mr. Carney, I'm sorry. Mr. Carney, would you just, for the benefit of the members in the audience, speak to the quorum and how they're supposed to conduct themselves in a meeting?
Well, I just want to say that the tonight is a presentation by RPM. It's not a public hearing. So the questions from the township committee should move forward unless they're finished. And then if you have any further questions from Mr. Mariziti, he may speak. The public can ask all of their questions during the public comment period.
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any other questions to answer, or are you finished?
I do. We were talking about,
The cost of the project for entirely,
yeah.
and for the township, how much the township is gonna pay.
Is that
for it.
something we negotiate when we're, isn't that part of the negotiations?
Any municipal contribution? Yes.
Yes.
But there's a.
So if we
proposed
sell
number out
you
there.
the land, we'll say for $1, if the land were to be sold to you for $1, that means that maybe there's less contribution from the municipality to build this project.
There could, yes, that helps.
All right, I heard that it was gonna be $6 million. Is that,
I
We don't
haven't
know.
seen $6 million, no.
oh, by Mark McBride said the projected cost at this point was gonna be $6 million on the township.
No, I don't have, I'm speaking from memory here. Depending on wage rates and the ultimate design, the total project cost will be somewhere around $24 million. And the amount that could potentially be contributed by Millburn really depends. There are any number of ways to finance a project like this, at which we are experts. And we've done, what we do best is to turn over all the stones, all the public, private, quasi public sources that are out there to put these projects together. And ultimately, it's going to be a balance between the type of building that everyone wants to see here, how energy efficient it is, the availability of funding, when those funds are available, schedule. So there are a bunch of trade-offs that can be made, and that's something that we need to work on.
There was a range given to us. Why don't you speak up on that range? We selected you for a reason.
Sure.
And this was in it.
They're not selected yet.
No, we were shortlisting. Okay, thank you for correcting me. But you're here based on the quotation that you gave it to the township. And I've seen a range in there. I
Yes.
would like to know that range.
Sure.
It is not just we are selling you the land for $1. How much will it cost as a township? And it was a range for about, again, I don't want to take that number. You should bring it up. That was also considered in bringing you up here. You can't run away from that number.
I'm not. So on the higher end, depending on how green the project could be, if we want to build a passive house building, a very high level of energy efficiency, I believe that upper range was 4 million, but that was a scenario that we did not recommend pursuing, as I recall. That's on the high end. On the low end, there's a scenario where we could potentially do it with as little as under $400,000, maybe nothing. And that's a scenario that is the Aspire, the state tax credit scenario that you mentioned.
Does that-
But each of these scenarios,
So
the
we were
range given.
told by this Mark McBride, who's been involved in this from the settlement agreement, $6 million. That's what I asked him point blank, and that's what he said to me. So,
Yeah, I don't know what Mark.
no, I know, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, the information that I was given is not the
So if
information
I
that's
may,
coming from you at all.
Is it okay if I comment on that?
Please.
So the number that Mark McBride, who made that number, and I was under the impression it was more like, again, you think it's a 6, I thought it was $3 to $5 million.
I was in the room when he said 6,
Was the
so
number.
he
No,
said
it
6.
could be that he changed, or it could be
It
that
was
he
the
gave.
last closed session.
Okay, Ms. Purvis, let me just finish,
Because-
please.
Hold on, please.
Yeah.
Please,
What
please,
what I
please.
had was, it was $3 to $5 million, and
That's
then
not what
he
he
also
said.
looked at Aspire and actually calculated that the new program that is out there may be a little cheaper than
He
that.
said
Again,
6 million to us in a room. So stop saying that you didn't hear that, and
Hold
that
on,
didn't happen.
hold on, please, folks.
I'm not gonna
Folks.
let like something go that wasn't, to say that didn't happen. It happened.
Okay, it happened.
He said it, and this is the man who we're building all our financial modeling on, who we're not paying at all, who doesn't work for the township, who's on the subcommittee, who's driving this whole, like, help pick you guys.
Get it out.
Mark McBride,
Ms. Prupus.
right, who helped pick you guys. We're taking his calculations, his recommendations. Who is this man?
First of all,
You're not-
hold on a second.
This is not.
All of that is
Please.
true, and I'm not gonna be told 3 to 5 when he said 6 to me.
Purvis, you may be right, it's okay, what is
Well,
there?
they-
I think at the end of the
Our-
day, Mr. McBride is not building this project.
Well, he
RPM
was
would
on the
be building
subcommittee
this
that
project.
recommended
We
it.
are.
Our response included a lot of detail on those different scenarios.
Yes.
And would be happy to spend time with you to walk you through those assumptions and scenarios. And like I
I
said.
would like that before the vote takes place. I would like to know that now, not after we vote on it.
I believe,
Okay,
Joe,
we'll
I like that from all the developers.
right, I
Not
believe,
just from
Joe,
you.
you gave us the hopes and dreams, the pie in the sky that we can get $1 or $2 million from Essex County.
2 million.
Okay, that is not a given. We have no idea if we can get that money, no matter how friendly we are with Sheila Oliver. That is not a given. So we don't know. What I do know is what Ms. Prupus said
At all.
is that Mr. McBride has been volunteering. We don't have a contract with him. Does he have insurance if his numbers are wrong? We are banking everything on Mr. McBride's number crunching. And Alex, you did tell me yesterday when I came in your office to get some plans that you had kept in your computer for a week away from us. I said, what happens? Well, no, this is it. You want transparency? I've been giving you a lot of transparency this year. So Alex, you said then after they, who I believe you didn't answer the question, do you think you're up here tonight, fait accompli that you have this contract?
Oh, no.
Then we are going to hire
Well,
our
if they don't
own
have it, who else has it?
financial analysis. So analysts, so we have not crunched the numbers with a professional LLC who does this for Millburn. I don't know Mark McBride. I had one hour conversation with him and he ran through how this whole thing works. This is a really complicated process. And we are depending on a man who has volunteering of the goodness of his heart. And I don't really know what his involvement is here. I'm not gonna go more than that.
Mr. McDonald, do you want to speak to that, please?
Mr. McDonald, before you actually go answer that question on the second part where you have some information, why do we keep bringing the member of the subcommittee up for the financial models? It was right up in the beginning when he made the model. Every builder has given us a range of what it will cost the township.
Correct.
Aren't we talking the finances based on that?
So
I don't think anyone knows how much this is gonna cost.
Go ahead, Alex, please.
well, look, I think there's an important sort of a necessary point to be made here is that every single developer that responded to the RFP, which as was a RFQ that was sent out in October, 10 respondents. The group interviewed all 10 of those. They shortlisted that to 4. Those responses were given in January 15th, or I'm sorry, January 11th. And then that's, through a process of the interviews and all of that, that's where we are now. However, and I'm not going to stand here and pretend that I am a financial expert. However, what I understand of this process is that there are 3 avenues in which any of the developers that responded to that RFP can go down: 9% low-income housing tax credit, 4%, and 4% with Aspire. In every one of those scenarios that were responded to us in the RFP, there were assumptions made. They were giving an estimate on what they anticipated the project costing, the cost of the land, cost of the building, cost of their developer's fee, all of these different items, how much money they would be able to get from various sources, whether it's Essex County Home, whether it's, other soft funding or private funding that they might be able to get. These are all, there are assumptions made in this. Certainly the purpose of the volunteer in Mark McBride on that committee is that he had extensive experience with low-income housing tax credit programs to be able to help the subcommittee understand low-income housing tax credit programs, as well as, take a look at those RFP responses to see whether something was completely out of ordinary or out of character, and to make to be able to guide the subcommittee in that. Now, again, any developer that was brought up here would be making assumptions about certain things in that, and certainly the next step in this process, should RPM or the committee further consider RPM, is that you are going to negotiate a developer's agreement, which means drilling further down into those financial aspects of a deal. Now, at that point in time, and with the companies that I've spoken to in terms of financial management, that's when they get involved in this process. So they are the municipal advocate against, not against, but, in dealing with RPM to make sure that the township is getting the best deal possible.
So that would happen with any developer is selected.
That's correct.
Right.
So they're all capable of getting these funds. They have all done this for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of square footage of apartments. They're not the only one. And we have shut the process down very prematurely, in my opinion.
I mean,
You're entitled to feel that way.
Okay.
I think we also need to talk about what the process is. So hopefully we'll have an opportunity to do that in terms of how we got to tonight and how we got to RPM sitting in this room tonight.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that
I had
happened.
one last question I hope you will answer about who else have you worked with on the subcommittee before?
We have worked with Mark McBride before in his professional life when he worked at TD Bank. Beth McManus is special master in other towns, so we're familiar with one another and work in other towns. We've run into your planners before in other towns. Topology. Joe Mariziti, we've seen in our work on the other side of the table.
What do you mean on the other side of the table?
Representing towns. And us. Yeah.
Oh, Joe Mariziti's represented you guys.
No. No, not in this case. No, he's definitely working for you.
He's our attorney, not your attorney.
Not our attorney. No.
Has he ever been your attorney?
No.
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he has been your attorney. So not right now, but he's our attorney, he's your attorney, he's everyone's attorney. Got it. Sounds good.
Yeah. So, it's a pretty small world that we.
It is.
It's just a small pond.
It is a
of-
small world.
of developers and
Yeah.
it's a
We're all
small
working
pond.
all sides.
Yeah, we're all competing for the same deals, same sources, same professionals, so, yeah.
I do want to say,
And by the way, they all had great things to talk about you.
Glad to hear it.
Yes.
I checked your references. I just want you to know that. I spoke to, I asked for references and I spoke to Gail Manganiello, who is the Senior VP Manager for PNC Bank, who does loans with you. She had the nicest things to say about you. I spoke to Maurice Coleman, who works at Bank of America. And he said, because it's nice to hear when you hear nice things too, that you build the best quality housing, that you don't cut corners, that you fit the demographic to the town, that you use sustainable materials, and that you reflect pride of the community, and that you want to integrate what you build. That you're, not only are you the developer, but that you're the contractor and that you're the property manager, so that it's nice to have all three pieces, that there's no subs, that it's your people, so that if there's an issue or a problem that we can get to you. You are local, which I think is kind of nice, is to have, we had 4 companies come in. We did, as everyone said, there were 10 RFQs, which is requests for qualifications. And out of those 10, we went down to 4 RFPs, which were requests for proposals. And out of those 4, 3 of them followed the proposal and 1 didn't. And 3 of the 4 had ties somehow to Millburn or Short Hills. You did not. And that you're local. 2 of the companies were out of state. And I just thought, my own personal feeling was it's nice to have somebody local who knows the town, who knows the community, who knows what we're about around here. I also spoke to the Township of Hillsborough. And I spoke to David Maskey, who's a planner for 45 years, and he just thought you guys did a really, really great job. I also went to and drove over to your building in Orange, 23 Link, I guess it is.
The train station.
The train station, because I wanted to see what that would look like, because this piece of property is right near our train station as well. I went up to your property in North Caldwell as well. It's quite lovely, up by the old jail. So I wanted to do a little bit of, not a little bit, I did a lot of research. I think it's important that we researched the people that are, that we're looking to have possibly represent us. So I just want you to know, we see that you did, I guess, what was it, 59, did I say? I had a copy of 59 and many of them 100% affordable. So that was really good. I'd like to, I have a question for you. In say like the last, 10 years, have you made any political contributions?
No.
Not one?
That one.
Okay, thank you. None. Okay, that's good. I'd like for Mr. Mariziti to be able to come up and speak for a few minutes to explain a couple different things, especially the memorandum you had sent out as well, because what we're talking about here is also, this is part of the whole process. And we do have to have shovels in the ground in October of 23 is what we're told, with what we've all signed off on with fair share housing.
Wait, what are the consequences if that doesn't happen?
Mr. Marizzi?
Okay, let me,
thank you, sir.
let me address it. There's a lot of things I've heard here that I'd like to talk about.
Please.
I'd first like to talk about the issue of who I represent.
Yes.
I represent the township of Millburn. I have years ago represented RPM. 4 years ago, not since for 4 years have I represented RPM in another community, another type of a project, but nothing since. So I want to talk a little bit about the process of what is in front of you tonight. It is not a final decision that you are asked to vote on. It is a conditional designation. The resolution that is before you, which I prepared, is very clear that it is conditioned upon several things. It's conditioned upon the negotiation of a developer agreement with RPM and the township. All of the topics, every single one of them that were discussed tonight by Joe Pacelli will be on the table for negotiation and agreement by the township, and will have to be approved. That developer agreement will come up for another vote by the township committee before it is binding on.
But Joe, I'm being rushed through this process and you're telling me, but at some other point, we can then choose not to keep going with them, but we have this deadline
Yes,
when the
and
shovel has to be in the ground?
The reason for rushing is because of the fact that you are in a very unusual situation with respect to affordable housing. You have a court order. You have a settlement agreement that is imposed as a result of a court order that provides deadlines. And if you don't meet the deadlines, the consequence is that you lose your immunity from a builder's remedy lawsuit. A builder's remedy lawsuit, I think you probably, I don't know if Ed Buzak is on the phone, but he's the guy who could explain this better.
We've
than
had
I
it
could.
explained to the community
Yes, a
many
builder's
times.
remedy lawsuit is something that takes everything out of your control. So through this process of the settlement agreement, you have managed to create control by the township of what is going to be built and where it's going to be built. And I'd like to just finish my sentence.
Yes, sorry.
If a
sorry,
builder's
yes.
remedy lawsuit is instituted and successful, which without immunity, I won't finish the sentence, then you get only 20% of any project would be affordable. So you have in order to get 75 units, I can't do the math, somebody in the room can.
375.
I'm hearing more than 300 units would have to be built. I'm just hearing that in the room. So the point is that there's a reason why you have a settlement agreement. There's a consequence of not maintaining commitment to it. And the deadline is there. And there's the reason you mentioned being rushed. I understand that there's a lot of pressure, an enormous amount of pressure, because if you miss the deadline of construction and completion, you lose your immunity. So it's going to take time after tonight.
But
the point I want to make is that after tonight, there's still a lot of work to be done in order to finalize who the developer is going to be, so that the process of financing, which will take time, that won't happen until after we get the developer agreement done. And then going into the construction phase and doing all of that, it's going to take time. So I can't speak to exactly how much time you mean. I don't know how long it's going to take to negotiate this agreement. It could take a considerable amount of time. It's very complex.
But
So
if
let
we
me
have
stop
this,
there.
if we have this builder's remedy lawsuit,
Yeah.
perhaps, and the two developers that wanted to develop, they're in already, right? So they're not gonna sue us, because they're already in settlement, and they have their own settlements, and that's all happening. And they got larger projects than,
Yeah.
right? So they're super happy, and they were the threat. But they came into the settlement and they got what they wanted. So that's not my point. My point is,
There may be others out there that we haven't heard from yet. I don't know.
but my point is that, and again, please excuse me, but like, once we award them a contract and start negotiating with them, and as long as we have this deadline looming, we are always going to come back to this, and they have all the leverage. So we're always going to come back to this. We're always going to come back to have the shovel on the ground. We have to say yes.
No
We need the
longer-
shovel more timeline, and we have to say yes. And we have the builder's remedy lawsuit. There's no negotiations
And the
that are going to
longer
happen.
that the designation of a conditional developer is postponed, the more leverage that developer will have.
Well, I don't
Because
think
every
they're-
day that goes by,
Right,
we're
and that's
losing
why
time.
we should have had two presentations tonight.
Well, I wasn't
I
on
know
the
that wasn't your
I
decision,
haven't been part of that. I'm
but
talking
in
about
I understand.
where we are tonight.
But we don't
and
have any
I want to make it
leverage.
clear that if you vote tonight, you're not voting on anything final yet. Every single thing, including the price of the land, is part of the negotiation. And as I heard it said, they're all trade-offs.
But the developer is final if we vote tonight. It's RPM.
No, because what would happen is if we get to a deadlock in the negotiation of the developer agreement, we won't have a developer agreement with RPM. So we would have to then come back. And that could happen. I wouldn't expect it to happen, but it could. So the point is, you're not bound by any final decision tonight. But what you,
That's
I think
ridiculous.
are.
That's a
what-
ridiculous statement to say, I
well,
think.
Forgive me, all due respect, I wouldn't say anything you said was ridiculous. I'm saying that what is important tonight is to be aware of the time frame and the consequence.
The
I
time
can't-
frame isn't getting any longer. So
That's
the next
what-
time you stand here, you're gonna be aware of the time frame.
That's
Be aware of the time frame. And we're only
precisely
getting
my-
shorter and shorter and
precisely
shorter.
my point.
Right, but there's no, like,
That's my precisely my
Right, but
point.
don't pretend that we have this great negotiating leverage at this juncture.
I don't
At this point, with
pretend
one
that-
firm sitting here
I
tonight.
don't pretend that you do
Right.
because.
Well, maybe if we had two firms, maybe we had a
But
little
we
bit more
don't.
leverage.
We don't. We have one.
I'm not gonna pretend you have great leverage because you have a settlement agreement, which is a court order to do things by a certain period of time. And so that is a binding agreement on the community, a binding court order on the community. I wanted to address the other issue that Mr. McDonald asked me to address at the legal memo that I delivered the other day. An issue came up during the discussion with the subcommittee about whether, how can the municipality convey property to a developer without going through a public bidding process. And there is a provision in the local lands and buildings law that permits that to be done under certain conditions. And one is if it's for low and moderate income housing and to a urban renewal entity, the URE, very common in this process. So that gets me to another condition that I talked about in the resolution that I have before you tonight. It provides that it's conditioned on the willingness of RPM to create an urban renewal entity for the purposes of this project. I wouldn't expect there to be any issue about that at all, but I want it to be that to be covered. The corollary of that ability to convey publicly owned property for low and moderate income housing is that you can only convey it for that purpose. You cannot convey property under that exception of the local lands and buildings law for the construction of more than low and moderate income housing. And I've been part of the discussion about a competing project that would call for extending the project to the full DPW site in order to provide for the construction of market rate units in conjunction with the 75, 100% affordable units. That could not be done under the exception of the statute. I covered that in the memo that I circulated, I think yesterday, to the Township Committee and others. There's another condition in the resolution, and that goes back to the settlement agreement. And that is condition that Fair Share has signed off on the site, because the settlement agreement provided a deadline of December 31st to get the consent of Fair Share to the site, the DPW site. And I understand, I haven't been involved in those discussions, but I understand that they had hesitation about that. I think that that's been cleared or will soon be cleared, but that's also a condition in the resolution that I submitted. Those are the main points that I wanted to talk about, and I'll be happy to answer any other questions that anyone may have.
Okay, I'll ask you a quick question on that follow-up.
Sure.
So it has to be 100% affordable to fit that statute. So if we had picked the developer, we had a second presentation who wanted to do the entire site, and we had taken the time, which we could have done, and you said it during our meeting, 45 days to get a redevelopment plan in front of our planning board. We would then be able
Well,
to,
I didn't say that.
you said it 45
I
days.
can explain that.
Okay, you can explain that,
It's a
okay.
little more than that,
Okay.
45 days, yeah.
Well, because people wouldn't let you talk to me about that, because no one wanted to hear about that. And I
I'll be
was-
happy to talk. I like
Okay,
to
I
talk.
was really
Happy to
important.
tell you all about it.
Okay, so if we were to have done that and had a redevelopment plan for the whole site.
Yeah.
And we chose a developer, whomever, to
Yeah.
do either in phase 1 and phase 2, which we talked about, or one phase. The town would then be able to sell the property for more than $1. And-
Or less.
Or
yes,
less, okay.
yes.
And there would be possibly commercial, which would provide revenue, tax revenue to the town, and market rate, which would provide tax revenue. Would that not have been something we should have investigated?
Well, I'm not gonna use. the
And
word
wait, and before I
should.
go in,
Yeah.
so because I also asked during those 2 meetings, why we would not even, and I know Fair Share Housing watches, I've been told many times that they're watching. So why were we prevented from even attempting to reach out to them and say, we'll give you more. We will give you something that is better for the community. Millburn is not just any, we're special. As Mayor Miggins always says, we're special.
I think
Which
so.
is why all the TCs before us refused to do this, which is why we're in the, which is why we are in the predicament we're in. So why would Fair Share Housing, we didn't even reach out to them, to Frank or Josh or anybody and say, listen, we have 10 days. You guys could have come at the next meeting. Tonight could have been the public presentation, which has never happened. So why would we not do that? Why would we not do something better? Because what we're doing is not, in my opinion, and I think I've heard from a lot of people, what is best for this community.
Thank you.
But
So you've asked, go ahead, Mayor.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, you've asked a number of questions there. I'll try to remember all of them. One of them was about a different process to declare the area in need of redevelopment, which has been done, was done years ago, declared in need of redevelopment. But in order to negotiate with a redeveloper, you have to have adopted a redevelopment plan. If you adopt a redevelopment plan, you don't have to deal with that exception in the local lands and buildings law that I spoke about, because there's a separate exception in the redevelopment statute that allows a public body to convey property to a redeveloper for less than the value of the property, for whatever, or more. There's no need for a public bidding process. It's a negotiation. Now, what does it take in order to adopt the redevelopment plan? It's more than 45 days. There is a 45-day period involved in the whole sequence. And let me explain it quickly. The first thing you need to do is write the redevelopment plan. And that's typically done, not required by law, but it's typically done with a community engagement. And I know about the downtown visioning because I was very much involved in that process. And so you have a leg up on the community involvement in identifying what a redevelopment plan would be, not just for we're not talking about just the DPW site. We're talking about the site around this building that includes many properties. And that area has been declared to be in need of redevelopment. So you get the community together, you have a planner write up the plan, and then it has to go to the planning board. That's where the 45 days comes in. The planning board has 45 days to advise as to whether the plan that has been presented to them is consistent with the master plan or is designed to implement, or there's a phrase there that I'm not getting exactly right, but if it's not exactly consistent, it's designed to be in the same intention. Now, the report comes back to the township committee. You cannot adopt the redevelopment plan until you have that answer from the planning board. They could take no more than 45 days, they could take less. If they say that the redevelopment plan is not consistent with the master plan or that other phrase, you could still adopt it over the objection of the planning board. If you have a supermajority, you would need 4 votes. And you explain on the record why you're disagreeing with the planning board. Then you adopt the redevelopment plan by an ordinance. So you need an introduction and then a notice and a public hearing. So if you add all of that together, it takes a whole lot longer than 45 days. I've never seen it done in less than a number of months. Usually it takes sometimes a year or 2. So it's a time-consuming process. Now, you asked about preventing going to fair share with another, a broader concept, right? That would be, a broader concept would be to say to fair share, we'll build the 75, 100%, 75, 100%, 75, 100% affordable housing. And we'll also build, I think I heard the number 65 market rate if we have the whole DPW site. Now, I don't know that anybody was prevented from doing that. I don't know that, I don't think it was done, but I would say that it would be a non-starter.
Yeah.
Because of what I said a minute ago, 5 minutes ago about the legal opinion I have provided. You don't have the legal ability to convey the entire DPW site if it's going to include more than low and moderate income housing. And I would even go so far as to say, you can't build on the smaller site, retail or commercial. It's not permitted by the statute, the exception that we're talking about here. It's just low and moderate income housing, and of course, the ancillary things that parking, open space and so on for that. So I wouldn't think that it's fair to say anybody prevented that to happen, but it didn't seem, based on the legal analysis, to be a useful thing to do.
So if you were involved in the downtown vision plan,
Yes.
and there was 3 components, the Taylor Park Gateway, which is being worked on, two-way traffic circulation was being worked on, and number 3 was redevelopment study area review subcommittee. Did that happen?
I don't know. I only went
Alex
so
can
far
tell.
in the downtown visioning
Mhm.
process. I never got involved in the conclusion of it. I never was participating there. But the whole idea was ultimately that there would be a redevelopment plan
I
presented
can-
for the smaller area.
Answer that. So we worked on that until
Mhm.
May, until the DPW site got put into the negotiations in mediation
Yeah.
with Fair Share Housing. So then we stopped talking about it because at that point we knew that the mediation team, right, mayor and Committeeman Wasserman, that was part of the settlement. So
Yeah.
that process stopped, halted.
That's when we lost any control we had over the destiny of our downtown.
Well,
Mr.
can I-
Wasserman?
Yeah, can I make a statement?
Mr. Wasserman?
Yeah, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Wasserman. Excuse me, excuse me.
Terrific.
Thank
I
you.
just want to point out a couple things that I think are important in terms of our discussion here. When we were negotiating with Fair Share, we had a very limited amount of time. In other words, Judge Gardner in the end gave us basically 2 weeks, to finish the negotiation. But when Fair Share offered us, the 75 unit affordable option, the trade-off to the township was a huge reduction in densities in our zones. And I just think that this is an important point. In other words, we didn't really have a choice in terms of, we really didn't have a choice. I guess we did have a choice. We could have taken, maybe a different menu option, but the density in terms of our zones would have been much, much higher. And in terms of impacting our schools, in terms of, the number of cars and houses and density and building, this seemed to be a reasonable trade-off to go along with Fair Share to do this, because it saved us, potentially, I don't remember the exact number, Mayor, you may remember it, but it may have saved us, 1,000 residents, coming into the township, in the immediate future. I don't know that's the exact number, but there was a trade-off in doing the affordable project and saving the densities throughout the township. And I just think it's an important point. The other thing, I want to point out is that we really had very limited choices in terms of doing this. In the end, the judge said to us, you got 2 weeks from now, you make your deal or you lose your immunity. You take it or leave it. And literally, I remember the mayor and I working. I think I don't know. It was maybe the last day, and if we did not, ink that deal, potentially we would have had a number of those lawsuits the next day if the judge didn't sign off. And it was a very stressful situation. I like to think that we saved the town, quite a bit quite a bit of money in defending, you know, from these lawsuits that could have come. But that's what I wanted to point out.
Can I want to ask one last question, Mr. Mariziti, because it's important to the ladies that the downtown vision plan, and not just this one piece, and they had seen another plan that showed something different. We have to build the 75 unit. That's what we've all signed off on.
Sure.
That's going to get completed. Is it possible, could there be a phase 2, as it were? Is it possible to take that other piece of the DPW site and make that part of a phase 2 where there is retail and market unit apartments, et cetera? If that were to be part of a phase, that could then
Yes.
connect with, has that ever happened, I guess?
Well, I don't know if it's ever happened because this is a unique situation we're
Sure.
dealing with here, but the answer is yes, there can be a future for the rest of the DPW site
Okay.
and beyond. You know, the area that we talked about for the redevelopment, a plan was very much along the lines of what was done in 2009.
Mhm.
That's a broader area.
Mhm.
And it could include the DPW site, the other part of the DPW site, as long as you adopt the redevelopment plan.
Okay.
You cannot have a redevelopment agreement unless you have a redevelopment plan.
Okay.
I want to clarify something, Mayor,
Uh-huh.
because you just mentioned my name. So, and that is not what's important to me. What is important to me in this whole thing is the process that we are going with and how this is all unfolding and how we're not engaging our public and giving them a time to ask questions and see options and be part of the process. So please do not speak for me and say that what's important to the ladies, because that's not what's important to me.
Well, we are going to engage the public. So
I think it's a
we have
little
a
late.
meeting on March 10th. And we have,
You're gonna vote now. That's not engaging the public.
we are,
So
as Mr. Mariziti said, if we choose to vote
That
this
meeting on
evening,
the 10th is for nothing.
excuse me, if we choose to vote
then
this
don't
evening,
invoke my name.
then the gentleman, if we do vote on it, is a successful vote, as it were, then the gentleman can come and speak for the public. And I would suggest that if they are chosen, that we have more than one meeting. I think that we should do something on a weekend. I think we should do something on an afternoon. I think we should do something in the evening. I think there should be at least 3 meetings where the public can engage. Because at the end of the day, as you said, Mr. Mariziti, if we choose to pick RPM this evening, now the work begins. Now the negotiation begins. Is that correct? That
That's correct.
it could be that we can't agree on things and we say, you know what, it's not working out. We're very sorry. Thank you very much. And we have to move on.
That's right. They
Is that true?
responded to an RFP, request for proposals. They put in a proposal.
Right.
It's, and it was said.
So then why don't we go down that route with 2 to 3 developers so that we don't end up in a position where we're up against a timeline and we don't have a choice? Is there a law that says we can't go down that
No,
route?
there's
with more
not a
than one?
law that says you can't, except the law of nature that says there's only so much you can do as a human being in a limited amount of time.
I think they can read through our piece.
Yeah. Well, we already
Excuse
have
me.
RFPs. That's not the
Excuse
problem. I
me.
mean, there are 5 of us.
There's no legal barrier. It's just a question of what can you accomplish when you have, I have to keep saying it. You have a court order with timelines and with
But you're
consequences.
saying that at some other point, we could decide it's not working out with them. Then who are we
That's
stuck with?
all the more reason to hurry up and get to the negotiating table.
Or to
Okay.
explore
That's
other
what I'd
options.
say.
Thank you, Mr. Mariziti. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
As
Okay.
one of the ladies, I would like to say that, call this ladies,
Well, you are ladies.
that this is also, tonight's meeting is premature. We should have had this presentation for the public to know what we have gone through. We didn't even have a public vote from
Supposed to
this
be in
township
January.
committee to select gentlemen from RPM. We didn't, Maggie. We
Miss-
did not
Miss,
have.
I have a
public
question for you.
meeting.
You have, you're in charge of the Gateway project. How many RFPs were there?
I don't remember.
You
I
just
don't-
did it. I think 4, 6, you had 4 or 6 RFPs. One person presented.
But you
There-
guys had all the interviews. You could have
Yeah.
seen it. And it's such a different thing.
But it's the
They're-
same
they-
thing. We had
No, it's
interviews.
not the same
Miss-
thing.
Excuse me, excuse me.
It's not, we
Excuse
might
me.
not even go forward with that project. It's not, stop comparing them. They are not the same thing.
They're not, but the one is court ordered and one isn't.
Oh my God, Maggie.
Sorry, one is court ordered. Okay,
You're wrong. The
We
process,
are-
this is your process and it's wrong.
you're allowed to feel that way.
I am.
Okay. We are going to public comment. Okay. When invited to speak, please come to the lectern. Clearly state your name and address and speak loudly so that your comments may be understood by all and properly recorded. For the convenience of our community, there is a remote option available. If you called in and would like to comment, please press *6 now. If you're attending by computer or electronic device, please click the raised hand button. All members of the public wishing to speak will be put into the queue to address the committee. Whenever an audience or committee member reads verbatim from a prepared statement, please email a copy to the Township Clerk's office at townclerk@millburntwp.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 1 3-minute session. You will be prompted when there is 30 seconds remaining. This is a business meeting, and please do not address professionals or staff directly, and please direct all comments to me. Each individual will be given 1 opportunity to make their public comment. Please be patient, and we will address each member of the public that wishes to speak. I will now open the public comment period. And I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, in the past few meetings, I've allowed people to speak over the 3 minutes, but I think we have a really heavy agenda today. So I'm going to hold tight to the 3 minutes just because there's a lot of people that wish to speak. And I think it's important everyone's voice gets heard. Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now open the public comment period. Please get up, state your name and your address.
Josh Shar for Short Hills. First of all, this is my wife's first TC meeting. Yeah, she is, which is a good thing because we ran out of Netflix options. But anyway, the vetting of RPM is kind of curious. There's Google, and when you search on Google, this comes up on Wombly. And you probably are aware of it. There is, out of a 5-star, it's a 1.6. And to your point, Sanjeev, management is criticized tremendously. And also, curiously, there's a lot of references to that residents have guns, have arms. So there's a question in terms of how well they vet their tenants, which is a concern for something like this. I've sent you all emails today, and there's 4 concerns over there. I'll address one of them, which I think is relevant to everybody in town, is the traffic on Old Short Hills Road. Anybody who travels up and down Old Short Hills Road, Main Street, knows how horrible that is. I don't envy the site. I think it's a horrible site, and trying to make use of it and sense of it is horrible, but having the entry empty onto Old Short Hills Road or Main Street will just exacerbate an already terrible situation. And seeing the setback of 10 feet to your 3-story high facade and cars egress at that location is, I think, problematic and will create more problems for the town than solve. I think there has to be a traffic study. There has to be an analysis of how traffic moves up and down Old Short Hills Road. And that should be addressed immediately. Because if there is no solution to that, you're just plugging up even more traffic there. And it's right at the nexus, at the entry point to the town, the north entry of the town. There are other issues like houses finance. If it's a pilot program, means that there is no monies coming to the school system, and 150 kids could all of a sudden appear at the school system. And that would cost an additional $3 million a year. Never mind about the cost of building, but there's going to be additional costs and additional costs and additional costs. that would be foisted onto the backs of the taxpayers of the highest tax community town in the state of New Jersey. So one has to consider all these things. And the reason that the developers
Thank you,
are
Mr.
here
Scharf. Thank
are
you. I'm
because of the
sorry.
School system.
Thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome.
Thank you.
My name is Dennis Fabian, 1 Barbary Lane in Short Hills.
Hello, doctor.
There's a lot to discuss here, how this site was picked in the first place, number one. I hope we don't have an Aaron Brockovich moment in the next 5 or 10 years based on that site. Number two, I've been to a lot of board meetings and I've served on a lot of boards. This board has to get their act together. All right. I was on the board of a major hospital in New York for about 10 years. Let's run it professionally from now on. Not arguing back and forth. A lot of these discussions, these gentlemen gave a great presentation of what they thought would fit our community. And there's too much arguing back and forth on this site as far as things that should have probably been discussed by this committee prior to coming into this room. My next comment is, does this committee maintain surety bonds? Do you know what surety bonds are? Look them up. Get yourself some personal coverage. You have a fiduciary responsibility to this town. Every decision you make has to be at arm's length.
Exactly.
Not based on what you want, but for the protection and care of the people of this community. I think you better check that out, because I've been reading some of Mr. Feld's comments in Facebook. He has created a paper trail, which you better start paying attention to. Some of the documents and items he has posted are very important. State laws, county laws. And the other aspect I will bring up right now is that have you approached the county? Because this will be on county roads, this project. And they could shut it down immediately if they don't like it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, doctor.
Excellent.
Good evening, David Petrucco, 454 Long Hill Drive in Short Hills. Look, this is an important project. You've all heard me speak before about the fact that I think that the overall objective is not one to be objected to, but you're all playing a game, okay? We have hyper conflicted lawyers who sometimes work for developers, sometimes work for townships, go back and forth, and because it's been 4 years since they last worked for those clients, they're not in a position of conflict. I understand what conflict is. There's appearance and there's real conflict. They're conflicted. We have some folks who have to step aside from votes, former Mayor Prupus, I think, on how we're parking cars, but the current mayor is in a real estate brokerage business, okay, which is going to be directly impacted by the outcome of these events. I do not see you recusing yourself. I don't know what the conflicts committee here looks like, but in my world, you're not allowed to vote on this. I get notifications from this township every single week. Let's see, the notice from Millburn Police Department, lock your cars. I get phone calls on Friday night. I get text messages every day. There's road closures for the alert for the week of February 14th. We're going to go to the public, Mayor, but we have shovels in the ground that are going in October of 2023. Yet all these notifications I get, the single most important decision you're going to make that's going to impact this township more than anything else I've heard you ever talk about is this project and potentially the 1,000 other units that are coming alongside of it. I get notifications on what roads are going to be, there's leaf duty on, but this somehow, some way, you cannot reach out to us. Nobody in this town knows what you're doing. Whenever I talk to anyone about this project, they have some peripherally idea of what's happening. They understand a little bit of it, but they don't actually understand that we're now talking about a single site unit on a dump zone. I am just going to tell you, I just heard someone stand up and say, be professional and do it right. You're doing it wrong. You're jamming it through. You're getting advice from conflicted people. We can't talk about this because of the gag order for the judge, which the judge profoundly stated on the last Zoom call, he never said. So that feels to me like it's being done at 11 o'clock at night during COVID, over the summer, over holidays. You don't want to disclose this. I think you don't want to disclose it because you don't want to own it. You will be the faces of this. It is a huge, huge mistake. There's a much better way to do it. Nobody here knows what you're doing. We're paying a fortune in property taxes. I do not object to the creation of affordable housing in this town for the people that need it. But the way you're going about it, it stinks. There's a reason it stinks. You all better figure out why that is.
Thank you.
My turn. Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld. I've known these men for 25 years. I apologize for what you walked into today. It has nothing to do about your presentation. It was a presentation about the settlement. This gentleman should be ashamed of himself. You should be ashamed of yourself. In the middle of July, when we had a meeting and you talked about a meeting, case management conference, which I was banned from attending, you did not disclose that the judge had put a hammer to your head. You did not say it. Then all of a sudden we find out the last week. It goes back to the settlement. This is a book. It's called the Redevelopment Handbook. Came out in 2012. Many of the changes are because of my actions against this group. Did you call the BA in Orange to ask what happened with RPM? You need to talk to them. I'm probably the only person that got sued for standing up in a public meeting and questioning how the most valuable piece of Orange was supposed to be sold for fair market value, ended up being a 50-year ground lease for $1 a year or less. When we go to the appellate division agrees with me. The next day I get sued by these people for defamation, for raising that question. When I go up to the appellate division and go, we agree with Mr. Feld. Because they're not public officials, you can't sue them for violating your civil rights and suing you for defamation. That belongs for the state attorney general. I'm still waiting for the state attorney general to come protect my rights. And I can't wait till Rachel Weiner has her public hearing for whether she gets a Supreme Court justice. So I'm gonna ask her, why didn't you defend my rights? Is it because of the color of my skin? Or is it my religion that you didn't defend my public rights? As to this, there's a specific chapter about conditional designation. You're going to point in conditional designation, it tells you what you need to have an agreement, to have deadlines when you're going to do this, have this redevelopment agreement signed by. You don't even have that. You need to know what the performance deadlines are. We heard this earlier today about the Taylor Park Gateway, that we had to have attached to the agreement. What are the timelines? Listen to the community. People do this for a living. We know what we want to do. We didn't get a chance to talk about this, but we had to talk about the makeup of the units. There's going to be 38 2-bedrooms, 24 3-bedrooms. How many students is that? Long-term tax exemptions. You better start talking to me. Because in the last 12 years, I became one of the largest experts on this subject because no monies go to the schools. How are we going to pay for to put the kids in the seats? Speak to the community. I did not put the gun to your head. You did. This town in April 2018 knew what their obligations were. To hear about what was the credits, we need an opportunity to talk to the planners to talk about it. You need to start reading the newspapers. This is Hackensack. They talk about what their municipal property thinks. It's below the line. It doesn't affect it. It's something you could change. I say your gun is to your head.
Thank you,
but
Mr.
look, there's
Feld.
a different treatment of this.
Thank
Read
you,
the
Mr.
agreement.
Feld. Thank you.
Good evening. Glad this meeting was so late. I got here after work. Not for nothing, but this is too important of a subject for you to be cutting people off in 3 minutes.
You're entitled to feel that.
Okay? Perry Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue in Short Hills. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Resolution 22-075. I don't know where we're at with the fair share housing. I apologize because I didn't get to hear a lot of the conversations or what the gentleman had done for a presentation. So some of my statement may or may not comply. So I do apologize if it's a little redundant. On the hearing of Friday, January 28th, 2020, Judge Gardner stated to me and others that he never said or ordered that the township could not discuss this matter with the public. The fact that Mr. Buzak stated that he would take full responsibility for this misunderstanding, this is much more than a misunderstanding. And not only an insult to the public's intelligence, but simply not acceptable. In my opinion, he should be fired immediately, and he should be, he in fact misled if in fact he misled this body. Secondly, it's concerning when asked about a hearing, at that same hearing, Ms. McManus, who we were told that she was very credible, two things that stand out. When I raised questions or concerns regarding the overlays in the B3 zone, which were left out, she responded that information cannot be discussed. And also, this body never requested certain studies were performed. Has the Settlement Negotiation Committee or this body ever requested that certain studies must be performed? Actually, I heard Mr. Scharf on my way here talking about studies before agreeing on any settlement. Just for examples, were the schools, infrastructure, sewage, impervious lot coverage, police, fire, Main Street closures from April to November taken into consideration? Was the Board of Ed ever considered? Are there any laws preventing this body to demand certain studies? Thirdly, I'm aware of several towns who have affordable housing departments within their municipality or even hire an outside consultants to handle the affordable housing. Has this body considered veteran or senior citizen housing options, which would keep many of our veterans or seniors from moving out of this town? They call home for over some 50 years. Also, many of whom are our longtime customers who are forced to leave to either because of the taxes or fixed income and have forced them to move out. Mayor Miggins, I ask you, and I'm sure that have this been considered, this would keep your clients in Millburn, a town that they are familiar with, and would this option satisfy our fair share housing obligation as it has with other towns?
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Urso.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Ms. Urso.
Lobby 46 Maple Street. I would like to speak regarding a couple of things tonight. Regarding the carjacking, that happened on Sunday. We need police presence, period. In that instance, the resident's car was not parked. So getting a notification to continue to lock your car, sometimes you lock your cars, but they were very bold. They approached the residents. So what's causing this? We need to look at that. So it's not just locking your cars and going to sleep at night. It's now we're being approached. So we need police presence. I'd also like to take everyone back to one of the meetings that we had last year, where I heard you, Tara, and Maggie, stating that you would not touch the rose garden. You promised the seniors who attended that meeting that you would not touch the rose garden. Millburn residents, you can go back and look at this meeting and hear what each and every one of the township committees said. You cannot just continue to do what you like or what you feel like. Maggie, you are a realtor. Your husband is a realtor. Your son is a realtor. All I see tonight is just a bunch of conflict of interest. You need to disclose what your hand is in what you're doing to this town. Millburn residents, you need to wake up. You need to participate a little bit more. You need to make it matter until it's too late. It's almost too late. And this is to all of you sitting up here. I don't know about you, Millburn residents, but I'm tired of this show. Every single meeting is chaos. I thought it would end when Tara stopped her tenure as mayor. And now you, Maggie, you're shutting everybody down. All this is ridiculous. You're not still including the residents. You're not doing the job that you're elected for. Tara, I love your energy and enthusiasm tonight, but I think you're panicking because you know that you screwed up big time. Diane, it's a little too late to act like you really are looking out for everyone in this area. At this point, all the questions that all of you are asking should have been asked years ago. All these things that you're doing is just a show as far as I'm concerned, because all of these things didn't just happen today. It didn't just happen yesterday. And the fact that you won't let us speak before these people come to give a presentation and now they want to buy a prime line for $1, like I just don't get it. I really don't understand. And I think you guys need to be a little bit more clear and listen to your residents. Millburn residents, you have to vote them out. This year, there will be 2 seats open. You need to get rid of who is not following what the rule that they should be following. It's very upsetting to watch this every day. People are making tea and coffee and sitting down to watch you guys. It's better than Netflix. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ozawabi.
We know Netflix just raised their rates, so stick around.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Michael Rosansky, 680 Ridgewood Road. I've been a resident of Short Hills for 40 years, and I've seen what's happening, which is not much. And when it does happen, then being redone like Millburn Avenue. I would like to offer few words of my experience. I supervised the $2 billion project overseas, building an airbase. And there was a systematic approach to design, decisions, etc. Here it looks like chaos. We talk about developers when we don't know the rules. Well, some of us might. So I would like to suggest some guidance as to the process. Might not be exactly the same way as I know it. Somebody might offer better process. For starters, there should be some studies like demographic studies, traffic studies, substructure utility studies. You're putting 75 units, the sewer has to go somewhere. Who's going to pay for it? Parking. The current zoning requires 1 or 2 parking for each dwelling. 75 units, that's between 75 and 150 parking spots. Green spaces. In the zoning, there's a percentage of the property that has to be green spaces. Lot coverage, never been addressed. Impervious surfaces, areas. When you build a building and you take away the pervious areas, you have to put tanks in the ground to collect the water and not let it just run off. This has to be discussed and prices put to it. Not a construction related, but human relations, integration or segregation. What we're trying to do, are we trying to build a tenement that nobody, I should be careful with my wording, or have low-income housing spread throughout the town, and then there's no stigma to a particular location. Criteria of qualifying renters.
Thank you, Mr. Rosansky.
Thank you. I have another 150 questions next time.
Next time. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Fran Feld, as you know.
No relationship.
No relationship. There's a lot of Felds in New Jersey, and none of them are related to any of us.
Interesting.
Okay. I've been a resident for 38 years, so I'm up there. My kids went through the schools, etc. And as you know, I don't come up here often. I save my words. And the last time I was here was to thank all of you for getting rid of the complete street mess where we had no sidewalks. Okay, I don't know if you know that the previous board, none of whom are here now, voted to hire another Montclair-based firm to get rid of our sidewalks. And for some reason, they thought that was a good idea. So after all the years I lived here, I never needed to come to these meetings because everything used to seem to go fine When that happened, I said, I better come to these meetings and keep my eye on what's going on the board. And we said, what did you do to our streets? And they all said, if you don't like it, vote us out. So we did. It took 3 years. I worked really hard to get you guys on this board. I'll take partial responsibility for that.
You should.
Now, that what I have to say about this is, I thought that getting sidewalks taken away was a problem, and I worked hard to resolve it. But this mess that I'm hearing, people have very good comments, even the guy who said about the stigma. I was a clinical social worker many years ago in New York. And we learned back then, this is in the 70s, I'm very old. We learned that you don't build low-income housing in one structure because it is a stigma. And everybody in town is gonna say, oh, those kids live in that building. And I'm getting up here to say that I'm using my MSW and my past experience to say that everybody in one building is gonna hurt. You know how hard it is to be in middle school, to be in a high school and be, you know, excluded because you're not rich enough or you don't have enough sneakers? These kids are gonna have hell who live in that building. I'm gonna predict it. If I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong. Now, the other thing is just feeling it's rushed, okay? That complete streets thing, I don't know how fast they blew that through, but this is a lot bigger than complete streets. And I understand with the Gardner and the court settlement, if there's any way that the lawyers can figure out to put this off a little longer and figure it out before we have a mess here, we're gonna have a mess. I don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feld. Do you want to speak, Jesse? How about, oh, Mr. Carlin?
Wasn't planning to say anything but nice things about the fire. Okay, first thing, I want to thank the fire department for responding so quickly to the fire at the Park Ridge and for also taking care of almost the violations because they have been, most of them have been completed. And now most of us won't die in case of a fire.
Thank God.
Appreciate that. As far as the last statement concerning tenements, I've spoken to several school teachers, former school teachers in Millburn, and they feel exactly the same way as Ms. Feld. True, well, yes, and that's exactly the way I feel. They feel that the idea of having one location in that particular area is not a good area. No, they say it's a very bad idea. They've said this is not good. I mean, so forth. You know, and when you talk about different things, I'm talking about, I'm an old time, very old. Even older than you are. I'm 73. Okay. I'm saying you're younger. And so, but this is a feeling. I'm talking about older people, teachers in their 80s who feel from that particular standpoint. I'm not talking about the logistics or anything. As far as being an economic geographer and so forth, the traffic flow is horrendous. Do a few studies and you'll see what will happen here. I mean, that's just another issue. It's bad. Traffic is bad now. Go to Montclair, take a look. Company, I just did a little research, a couple of calls. Yeah, you're very well known in Montclair. My girlfriend said you're okay. Okay, fine. But whatever, the point is, the idea is there are lots of problems. As far as conflict of interest, I've had real problems with conflict of interest myself. Being with General Electric and people offer me unbelievable things, trips here, upgrades like, yes, it was really nice meeting these other people. Oh, World Series games. Oh, hey, dinner with Gordie Howe, who's a really nice guy, but you games yet, but it's conflicts and even little things. And that's why I brought up conflict with the mayor. I mean, it seems, well, is it a conflict or is not? But really, GE, we really got on me. You know, and it's just appearances. And you have to be very, very careful about what is a conflict, because people look at it, you know, how is one person going to benefit? How is another person going to benefit? I'm sorry, I'm not a speaker, but these are just my ideas. I'm an old guy.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin.
Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart. Why do residents not get a vote on any projects or voice in any projects or ramifications of these projects to the town? Why do developers in the Fair Share Housing Center have all this say in where we put our affordable housing developments? Because you've let them. You didn't fight for us. You fought for yourselves, for developers, your campaign donors. Why would you not wait until this March 10th presentation before you put this on the agenda? It's ridiculous. I agree with Diane and Tara. This should have been removed from the agenda. We have not heard any response to the concerns over and over that were put up before tonight about the stigmatization of these future residents of this building. I feel very passionately about it. I totally agree. And it's horrible that this is even happening. The developer has a mediocre history with other municipalities in terms of managing their tenants. Please do your homework. You heard some comments. It's not what it seems. We'd like to know who were the committee members that were on this subcommittee that are responsible for the choice of this developer. Why don't we know that? Please explain why members of the public were kept from commenting on the Fair Share Housing Settlement Agreement before you voted. We have conflicting information from Mr. Busak, Mayor Miggins, Mr. Banish, Judge Gardner, and listening to the Denville August 2020 meeting where Mr. Busak approved public comments prior to their vote on an affordable housing settlement. This needs to be clarified tonight because it's setting an untenable precedent. First of all, for being honest with the public, and secondly, for robust civic participation and critical decisions being made by you on behalf of our residents and taxpayers. Conflicts do exist on this township committee regarding the deliberation of this and the vote on this matter. Mayor Miggins, you've heard it already. You own the real estate business. You could potentially profit personally from this development and other developments. There is a conflict, and I think our attorney needs to answer to that. It's been brought up several times. Secondly, I'm requesting the opening of an independent investigation into the Bacone debacle. How did this establishment operate in this town for 2 years with no fines, no actions taken by township employees or elected officials until public pressure became so embarrassing it could no longer be ignored? Former Mayor Lieberberg and Mr. McDonald met with the owner back in September of 2020. That is just outrageous. We need to understand what happened. Why are they allowed to have, why has this happened? Wasserman and Lieberberg are disgracing the reputation of the town as a law-abiding one with a reckless push to fill every vacancy. You took a sworn oath to uphold the law and certainly not to encourage others to break it. You're held to a higher standard than the rest of us, and you should own this. Lastly, I'd like to ask Mayor Miggins to correct the record.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pasternak.
My house is not sold. Please,
Thank you, Ms.
please
Pasternak.
correct that record. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Pasternak. Thank you.
Nancy Stone, 266 Essex Street and 10 Fielding Road. I'm a resident and a merchant in town. I don't know if we're going to get to the SID budget tonight. I don't know how late this meeting is going to go, but I want to address the stigma that is going to be on this property. It's awful. It's already unfortunate situation where children are, count what this one has. This one didn't get the iPhone quick enough, or what parents choose to do. It's a terrible, terrible thing. People just think, Short Hills and Millburn, we're a rich town. There's a lot of people in this town that are not. And I'm not saying that the housing shouldn't be available, but to put it all in one area is just not morally correct. And that is something that's wrong. You really have to weigh your conscience on that. Maggie, the conflict clearly is, but I really want to highlight, Diane, stop talking about kicking the can down the road. You've been on this committee for 6 years and haven't done a damn thing to push this forward. So how dare you always look to Alex and blame Alex, and you shouldn't be blaming Alex because you've been on the committee for 3 years. You were a mayor sitting in that seat, Tara, and you haven't done anything to accelerate. So what's the rush now? She's been put under this pressure because we did have a deadline that was accelerated by you. 3 years.
Please stop.
You
yelling
were
at me.
3 years you had what to do. You had 6 years. You brought Wasserman on board. This joke to have to accelerate this for 3 years. So all of you need to own this, where we're at right now. And you poor gentleman who came and put your time and effort thinking that this was going to be a walk in the park. No, we got a rose garden that's being ripped apart. Alex is being ripped apart, who has done a phenomenal job for this town, and it's always his fault. Everybody's always blaming this one and that one. All of you need to own it because you're all the ones voting and you're all making the decisions. And I'm not even taking the rest of my time. And you, Carney, don't even say a goddamn word when all these people are talking. You bring him in to fight the battles that you should be fighting.
Jesse, do we have anyone on the phone? Awesome, thank you. Just 5 minutes.
You better not vote on the sick budget tonight.
Don't vote on any.
I think there's hands raised.
Hi, this is Jay Morelli.
Hi, Jay.
Hi. Hi, I'd like to start by thanking Mayor Miggins and Deputy Mayor Eglow for meeting with me and 2 fellow township residents this past week to discuss efforts to prevent gun violence. I'd also like to pass along my best wishes to Committeeman Wasserman for a speedy recovery on his upcoming surgery. I have 3 questions that I raised at the last township committee meeting that I don't believe have been answered. Regarding the fair share housing settlement. And I'd like to reiterate those questions. They pertain to the overlay zones. First, is it the case that the settlement only establishes the locations of the zones and the density allowed in the zones and does not address other requirements such as building heights, setbacks, green space, parking, servicing requirements, rooftop decks, noise restrictions, and other zoning requirements in the applicable zones? Second, if that is the case, what will be the process for determining any additional zoning requirements for the overlay zones, or will the existing ordinances that are in place in those zones apply? For example, will the existing B2 ordinances for setbacks, buffer zones, parking, etc., apply if housing is developed in those spots? Third, and a follow-up question is, if additional zoning regulations are to be developed, will the TC establish a committee or position specifically to represent the interest of residential property owners like myself, which have property that border the overlay zones? As I said at the last meeting, it would go a long way to reducing concerns that many residential property owners have that our interest, specifically those of us that live near or border the overlay zones, take a back seat to commercial interests. If it would be helpful, I'm happy to send these questions directly to committee members or to the town clerk, but I would like to get answers to these questions. I think they're fair questions, and I think it is incumbent upon the township committee to answer these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello? Hi? Hello? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Dominique Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue, Short
Good
Hills. My quick question is regarding, I'd just like to know, when will the Township Committee please give an update on their intentions regarding local access channel, please? So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Bill Kirsch, 93 Cedar Street. Well, first of all, I guess the Township Committee did not want to take my suggestions to be more polite and courteous to each other, more professional, but
We're trying.
there's still time to do that.
Mhm.
The other thing was I was trying to figure out how to approach this, and I think maybe from the standpoint of perspective. I mean, I think, all of us need to keep a perspective. For instance, that when what's involved in the RFPs and the RFQs, and that work was done beforehand to sort out developers. Different people might have taken a different approach, but things were done. And if people aren't aware of that, they should do their homework. They should stay involved. Also, when a developer does come in, I don't think that there are certain things he was given to work with. And I don't think that it's his decision that what road it's on or how we're going to move things like the salt dome and the gas pumps. I would think that's the town's business. That's not part of what he was given. I think we need to realize that. I think we need to realize the complexity of what goes into these things. And even though we may have differences, and a lot of these things can't be treated at the last minute when we come in without having attended other meetings or doing other research, and come in like we have all the answers, come in like we're going to start all over again from day one. Because if anything's a recipe for disaster, that is. There were certain things that maybe years ago could have been done with affordable housing. They weren't done. So we got in a situation where we got a court order, which at least is getting affordable housing done in the town, which I think is a good thing. And now we're faced with how to deal with that. And I think people on the Township Committee and residents, if they want to stay involved, then do the work to find out what the information is. And then within the confines of that, make criticism within the confines that we're given right now to work with, not something that can't be treated at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirsch.
Hello, David Cosgrove. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. David Cosgrove, 99 Oakview. I wanted to follow up on part of Gene Pasternak's statement about the fair share settlement and the town's refusal to disclose the terms of the settlement agreement before you voted on it. There was an article recently that had a timeline. I know Alex saw the timeline I prepared. And frankly, what I'd like someone from the Township Committee to do is step forward and admit you made a mistake. I'm less concerned with whose fault it is. I have my own opinions, but I'd rather you folks just step forward and on behalf of the town to the residents said, hey, listen, we made a mistake. We should have disclosed the terms, and there was no reason why we couldn't disclose the terms. Following a little bit on that issue, what I heard from Mr. Mariziti tonight, and it is hard to hear on this sometimes, so I'll certainly let him correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard him confusing in the context of the project at the dump, the settlement agreement that you folks entered into, and the court order. And he seemed to be using the term several times that, well, there's a court order that says you have to do this. There's a court order that says you have to do this. And there is not a court order that says you have to do it. You have a settlement agreement, and the settlement agreement has terms, but let's not go down that same road again where you folks are confused about what a court order is and what a settlement agreement is. And you have a lawyer, and you can certainly ask him to explain that to you. I also think I heard tonight that Mr. Mariziti or his law firm had represented this developer before, and I really think there should be some details given and made public about what the representation is and whether it does or does not create a conflict today in the representation that's being undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's Mary McNett, 9 Park Circle, Short Hills.
Hello, Mary.
Hi. I'd like to offer a clarification first.
Sure.
I've heard so many times members of the committee say that nothing was done for 30 years for prior township committees. And I would like that statement to be corrected, because during the time that I served, we had our professionals give us advice, which we followed. And I sent you all a copy of the timeline of our compliance. And so if you have any questions about that, I'd be very happy to answer them. But I would also like it to be corrected that nothing was done before you all got there. So on that little note, I think resident participation in these matters is really of great importance, because it builds a foundation of partnership and shared goals in the community before decisions are made, and it clarifies in people's minds what is best for our town. As to the building you're voting on, it's too bad that we don't have a comprehensive development plan for the DPW site. That plan should preserve and build on the features that make our community distinctive. This housing development is designed to be segregated from the community. It's designed for us to be disconnected from one another rather than integrated with other housing opportunities. And that's contrary to the intent and the mission of affordable housing. And I think it's just wrong for Millburn. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mary.
Good evening. Sarah Sherman, 42 Greenwood Drive. I would like to echo Phil Kirsch's remarks about being polite and courteous. I would say that rudeness and indignation doesn't serve anyone, and it's a very bad look when we have guests at the Township Committee meeting. As everyone knows, I encourage civic engagement, and I'm pleased to see so many people this evening at the meeting. But I wonder where they were when the builder's remedy suit was filed by Silverman, because we've been discussing this other projects and subsequently this project for years. I will disagree with Ms. McNett, although I defer to her experience, that there is the perception that the can was kicked down the road for many years. My understanding is that what you're going to vote on tonight in terms of a resolution is a conditional agreement. It is not final. That's what I heard this evening. It's court ordered. You all signed the settlement agreement. You have a deadline. Your decision tonight is not final. I advise you to move ahead. This is a presentation. You have a process to follow to negotiate something else with the developer. You may have been dealt a bad hand, but you need to move ahead with the process and vote for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Are we finished, Jesse? Okay, thank you.
Do they know they're on? I can't see whose name it is. Maybe you can address her.
There we go.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you address her by name? She might not realize.
Ms. Perkel, Mr. Perkel? Hello?
I don't think they're there.
Okay. I'll forget. Is that it, Jess? Okay. I will now close the public comment period. Would any of our professionals or committee members like to address any of the comments that they heard this evening?
I'll just
Ms.
say,
Eglow?
I'll say one. I am actually flabbergasted that there are more people in this community who are concerned about the possibility of relocating the Rose Garden than they are with this project. I don't understand. Mr. Cosgrove, yeah, let's have our lawyer tell us for the public the difference of a court order versus a settlement agreement. It was Mr. Tillotson during a debate who said we kicked the can. Mary McNett, I believe your letter said that 13 units were built. You can correct me if I'm wrong. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Prupus, do you have anything to
I
say?
do, but I think Mr. Mariziti wants to
Oh,
go before
Mr.
I.
Mariziti.
Yeah. No, please, I'm still breathing.
Thank you, Mr. Mariziti.
I raised my hand to address the issue of the court order, if I could.
Yes, sir.
The settlement agreement between Fair Share and the township is subject to a fairness hearing, which I understood was held. And following the fairness hearing, there will be a court order, if there hasn't already been, to accept the settlement agreement. So in that sense, it is a court order accepting this settlement agreement after the fairness hearing. And I understood that took place and that there will be a court order to accept this settlement agreement. So I stand by the court order language.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mayor, oh, when you're done.
I'm ladies first. Ms. Prupus, no, go ahead. You're in the room.
Okay. So there were 66 residents combined tonight between Zoom and in the room. And I'm just pointing that out because the number of participation and people that are paying attention and the people that are involved, I just want to name it one more time. 66 residents. I know more people watch tomorrow and it'll get shared around, but 66 people in our township of 21,000 showed up tonight to participate. First, I want to address the Rose Garden one more time. Because again, it keeps brought up. We're going through a public process. In the end, nothing might happen at all, or we might, some of the roses might get kept, all the roses might get kept. I have no idea what's going to happen. We did a vision plan. We went through as a community. 200 people showed up the night that we did the vision plan, had the public participation. Again, 66 people showed up tonight. So I want people who are running around and saying that we're going to kill the Rose Garden just to take a breath and come to all the public participation meetings and keep writing your letters and voicing your concerns and rallying your troops, all of it, because we're in a public engagement process. And, you know, and we're doing it slowly and we're doing it methodically and no decisions have been made. And it might be that nothing ever happens there. So stay involved in it, but please just kind of lower the temperature around it and stop making these accusations that I said that that we weren't ever going to touch it or that we are going to touch it or anything, because none of that's true. And in terms of a public process, I was recused from all of the mediation discussions around the affordable housing, about the, our settlement with Fair Share Housing Agreement. My sister is an occupational pediatric occupational therapist, and she has a practice in Short Hills, and she rents from one of the people that are developing. So it was by council suggested that I remove myself from the conversations, and I listened to the council, and that's what I did. So I wasn't even aware of, you know, what was happening. And when one of my colleagues would say it, you know, when something happens in a room and then it gets spoken, I mean, and I wasn't even gonna vote on it. And then we had that necessity to vote. And we were all required to vote. And it was whole, like, I don't know, like 3 days came beforehand, and everyone's like, you have to vote for this, or all these we're gonna get sued, and the whole town's gonna get sued, and there's gonna be all these builder remedies lawsuits, and there's all these units are gonna come in, and it was at that moment, with the information that I had at that time, and being told we can't discuss the settlement, we can't involve the public. Like, this is what the council told us. I mean, everybody who's been paying attention was in this room when we were told repetitively, and that we couldn't talk about it, we couldn't disclose it. So that's all that the information that I had. So going along with that, I thought it was really important that for me in that moment, with the information I had, when we came down to the necessity to vote and we were up against the timeline, I did vote for it. And I encouraged my entire committee to vote for it. I mean, I don't think that that had anything to do with, as you can see, we all are very independent in the way we think. We share opinions, and sometimes we don't. I mean, I've had very few conversations with different people, and I think that's just the nature of where things are at in this moment. But at that time, I did think it was the right thing to do, and Mr. Buzak thought it was the right thing to do, and I think everybody who was involved with it just wanted it done, just wanted it signed, and we couldn't involve the public. Then I was on the committee to pick the developer, and I worked on that with Mayor Miggins, and I learned more about the process and more what was happening. And you know, and I'm upset right now that everyone left the room, because I mean, you make these accusations at me and then you leave the room. So if you're going to participate fully and to the end, or at least I hope you're listening. So when why didn't I ask these questions before? We didn't have the information to ask the questions before. And we were told we didn't have anybody standing up here to ask questions to. And I guess my point in all this is that, and this goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of the meeting when I was told I could talk about it later. So I'm going to talk about it now because it ties in, that if you don't like the way your government's being run, then you should really step up and get involved in more than just coming and yelling at us. You should run for office, because that's exactly what I did. And
No. Please.
But it is true. It is true. If you don't like what's happening, hey,
Please,
excuse me, please stop, Ms. Stone.
Mrs. Stone.
All right, you want to go on back and forth?
No.
All right. Stop it. Well, then
Please
if I'm
continue.
gonna take as much time as I need to, and if
You
you're gonna let
can.
people
You can.
yell at me from
Mrs.
out there,
no,
I'm
they're
gonna
not
yell back.
allowed. No, Mrs. Stone, do me a favor, please.
I will.
We are ladies and gentlemen. We are serving ladies and gentlemen. Let's act like that, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll go back to speaking now.
Yes, please.
So everybody who's listening out there, and now we're at, 38 people. If you don't like me sitting up here, then maybe you should have done a little bit more work in the last campaign so I wouldn't get elected again. And if you don't like two of the other members sitting up here, then, all right,
Mrs.
you want to go
Stone.
back and forth, Ms. Stone?
You're gonna yell at me? You're gonna talk to me? I'll talk right back to you.
You're late.
All right, goodbye. Thanks.
Tara, please, please.
Perfect.
please.
I love when you walk out.
Please, Tara, Tara, Tara. Come on, please.
I am so sick of sitting up here and being screamed by everybody.
I appreciate
I'm not gonna resign. I'm just gonna sit up here. And I'm gonna take my time because I earned my seat up here. And if you don't like it, you run for the township committee. And you serve.
Excuse me, excuse me.
And if no one else likes it,
No, is it frozen?
what?
Ms. Purpose,
Yeah, I'm still here.
do you have anything else you wish to share?
I do,
Please.
actually.
Thank you.
I think that if people really care about what's going on in this town, then stay engaged. Don't come to one meeting and leave. Don't come to one meeting and then walk out. Stay engaged. And you know what? Next year, maybe you'll be sitting up here and then you'll get a vote. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Purpose. Mr. Wasserman, do you have anything to share with us this evening? You're muted, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I do. I want to address Dave Cosgrove because, you know, he's really engaged, and I really always although I don't always agree with him, I do appreciate, you know, his careful, I don't know, you know, that he's really paying attention to things. So, you know, with that being said, you know, I've really taken to heart what he said in terms of, you know, I've just really taken it to heart in terms of, you know, what we had to do in terms of abiding by confidentiality. And and in a sense, I want to address it to a sense. When we were negotiating, you know, we of course rely on counsel. You know, you know, in my trade things are different, but we rely on counsel. And when the mayor and I were sitting at these tables and the negotiations, I just want everybody to know, I mean, if you add up all the time, I mean, potentially hundreds of hours, you know, day and night, phone calls, Zooms, in person, not late night sometimes. So, you know, so when we sat down and the special master would say, you know, okay, you know, confidentiality, we didn't know that, you know, we didn't know how the judge felt about it. You know, the special master was in charge and he said confidentiality. He looked around the room and everybody agreed to that. And that's how, you know, the meeting started. Now, with that being said, if I knew now what I knew then, you know, maybe the mayor and I, or maybe I, or one of us would have put our hand up and said, you know, this is not good enough. We want to hear this from the judge before we go forward. In other words, if I had to, you know, go back in time, I would have demanded a court order, you know, that the proceedings were under, you know, under confidentiality. But at the time, you know, the special master was always in charge. So I just want to make that point clear. And I just wanted to give Mr. Cosgrove the respect of that feedback. The other thing I want to say is that I just want to backtrack. You know, Mark McBride, you know, I sat in a lot of these meetings, and a lot of this has to do with financial modeling. You know, he did this, you know, he did our town actually a service. You know, you may not agree with, you know, what he modeled or how he modeled. You know, he was actually a consummate professional. He did this work in other towns. And to be fair, you know, when we looked for a financial advisor who could do this modeling, you know what, we couldn't find any, you know, and Mr. McDonald, you can speak to this because we spoke about this. You know, when he was helping us, we had very, very, we didn't really have resources that could that could speak to, this type of financial modeling. It's it's a very specialized type of modeling. So I think he really did our town a service. And you may not agree with exactly what he modeled, and I think the modeling is contingent on what kind of subsidies and who puts what money in. So I just want to make that clear. Mark is a very decent guy, and I think he did our town a huge service by sitting in all these meetings. And then the other thing I want to mention is that with the Rose Garden, there is a public process, but I do want to say that when Committee Woman Eglo and we sat with the Rose Garden, when we talked to them, there is an understanding, that the Rose Garden will be intact. I know there's a public process, but I respect the volunteers that work on the Rose Garden. They've done a great job. A lot of people love the Rose Garden. And I certainly am, although they, we want to fix it, we want to make it more open to everybody. I love the Rose Garden. So, I just want to throw that out there, that it's not a let's see what happens. But we have a commitment that the Rose Garden, will be intact and hopefully better than ever. So, and Ms. Eglo can speak to this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wasserman, and I'm going to just make a couple comments. Mrs. Urso, as far as the for the housing, yes, I'm hoping. I think part of the housing can be veterans. We've discussed that, and as far as the senior citizens, we wished we could have done that. We were told we couldn't. Just so you're aware of that, we worked hard to try and get that, so we were told we couldn't. But that might come in a different round. Everybody did talk about the Rose Garden, so I think everybody's aware of the fact there's a petition online. There's over 700 signatures of people that don't want that Rose Garden touched. I'm on the record for saying I don't want that Rose Garden touched. I think why there's so much confusion and delay and such about the Rose Garden is that I know you had a subcommittee meeting earlier in the week. They talked about removing some of the pieces of the Rose Garden, so I think that message gets out there, unfortunately, and that's where people get confused about that maybe taking out 3 of the, somebody called me from the committee, only leaving 1 of the quadrants in and taking 3 others out.
That was never said.
That was what was
You know
told
what?
to me.
Would you or Mr. Wasserman like to be on the, I want to step off from the Taylor Park Gateway, because I can't, Committeeman Wasserman, you should step on. If you guys have a formed vision of this, then this is not a public process and you're just taking.
No, 700
That's
people
right.
signing
So,
a
you know what?
petition.
I'm formally resigning from that committee because
Okay.
you should take it, because I can't.
Okay, Mayor Miggins, who told
Wow.
you that? Why don't
It
you
was
share
brought to my
transparent?
attention.
By who?
I will
Someone on the
not-
subcommittee?
Somebody on your subcommittee said that it was talked about.
It's
So-
not
Miggins, you
true.
should sit
That
on the
is
subcommittee.
Absolutely, I'm
Okay.
sorry
You
to
should sit
interrupt.
on it.
That is a false
Well,
statement.
I think at the very least, the company that's doing the visioning should know that 700 people have signed a petition that they don't want the Rose Garden touched. And those are your
Mayor
townspeople.
Miggins, you are now on the subcommittee. I'm off. You're
You
on
can
it.
be off and we'll discuss
You're
that
on it.
afterwards.
You are Wasserman. You're on it.
As far as, let's see.
This is
guys
exactly.
have
Excuse me,
rumors.
I'm
But Maggie-
finishing. Nope, No,
No, but
no, no,
Maggie,
no,
this is-
no.
This is
No,
how
no.
rumors get circulated in town and on social media. It's
So
not
ridiculous.
okay.
It is not
You
okay, but
spread-
if that's what somebody, listen, here's what you do have to look at. The facts.
Obviously, it was the
700
Rose
people.
Garden representative who
Right.
told you, who lied about it.
Okay.
It's fine.
It was
Moving on,
It's fine.
70,
Facts detract.
Why did you vote for it? Why did you vote for the MKW? Why do I spend $40,000 to do it? What a waste
Then
of
I want to
money.
get
If you
to,
weren't-
excuse me, Mrs.
What a
Prupus.
waste
I'm-
of money you guys voted
Mrs.
on.
Prupus, you know what, let's take a 5-minute break so you can compose
Oh,
yourself.
no, I'm fine.
No, 5-minute break, please.
I'll sit right here.
We'll get to it. or whatever it is, conflicts with campaign donations, not happening. So I just want to go on the record for that and be crystal clear. And I've said it once, and I'll say it again if I have to, but there's no conflict and I have nothing to do with those. So thank you. The overlay zones. Mr. McDonald, I know Mr. Morreale did bring up the overlay zone. So I guess at some point we have to discuss that with the process, how he had 3 different questions. So maybe what I could do is, should we have him send us the questions and then you can answer them? Or is it something that we can discuss at this point? I know the overlay zones have been assigned, as it were, but is there something that he wants specifically discussed? So maybe you can help us with that.
So certainly I can just speak to the fact that we will end up having to pass an ordinance regarding those overlay zones.
Okay.
And he is correct, in which the only thing that is determined is the location and the density of those overlay zones.
Okay.
With the underlying zoning remaining in effect. However, there will be a process, and certainly, maybe Phil could speak to it a little bit better, but than me. However, it would be best if he sent us the questions so that we can answer them succinctly, because
Okay.
also a lot of it is about process, and that's really going to be a township committee decision.
Okay, great. So Mr. Morreale, if you're still listening, if not, then I'll email you tomorrow to please send those questions off to us. Talked about the court order and settlement agreement. Thank you very much. We talked about Mrs. McNett and we have, just so you know, under Teddy Burke, our former mayor, one of our former mayors, they did put together 30 units for fair share housing, and that is at the Upton. So they did start the process. We're just cleaning it up and finishing it. That's all I have. And Mr. Vinayak, if you please,
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Miggins, and thank you everyone to be here tonight. Sorry, this goes on sometimes, not what you expect for. But, affordable housing and how it all started. And I was exactly what people were asking the questions today. I asked the same question. I am 100% against 100% affordable housing. But it is a court mandate that was actually put on us to take that deal. And that's why I said yes to it. We actually went back and offered them another building to have a mixed community versus affordable housing. They said, no, now it'll be that as well as affordable housing. We are going to just not create the density that we were looking to create. So I think more of a negotiation. I think it's not a negotiation. It's like they tell us what to do. And we are caught up in a wrong place at a wrong time. And I feel I'm responsible to take care of what is in front of me. And I wasn't even on the township committee 2 years ago. I took an oath. I came in here as a resident. First of all, I'm a resident, then I'm an elected official. So whatever goes in here happens to my kids too. I have a kid in middle school and I have a kid in high school. So they're all going to be impacted. Someone said it here, absolutely right. That was the first thing I said. Why would I have a kid going to middle school and high school from that building when they already have such a hard time to go to school? Now everyone will call them out that you're from that building. No one was ready to listen. It was mandated to us. They want affordable housing. Now, next is this place. This spot was picked up by the affordable housing guys that we are going to take part of this and make it. And then they came back saying that, hey, this may not be the right place because you have, what is that? Pump there, contamination problem, this problem, that problem. And we were like, you are the one who actually told us to build it on that site. No, we are going to pick up any other site if you do not come clean on this site. So we did some preliminary testing and the preliminary testing came clean and Mr. McDonald can talk on that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that we are just putting the building there on a bad site. No, the contamination has been tested. I don't know what further testing is being done, but the preliminary was good. And that's when they accepted, okay, that's fine, you can go ahead. there was another comment made, the entry on Old Shortles Road. Well, we had a similar issue. Old Shortles Road is busy road. Why are we making an entry there? The first site with that entry point was on Essex Street, but it was the same entrance to DPW and to that site. That was rejected by affordable housing. They don't want it. So we had to move that out. And then with all due respect, let me just finish what all points I made. And I just want to give you feedback because I think it's my responsibility to at least say those things. There was a comment made, 5 TC members should meet prior to coming in here so we don't look that way. Well, we met. And again, whenever the 5 TC member meet, there is a public meeting. We actually announced it. There was a closed door meeting on this subject where we actually look at all the 4 builders. And we came up with the vote of getting RPM here. Now, if the people or 5 committee member, there are more committee members opting for one option, that doesn't mean that you have to go out and say or show your disgruntled. Well, it is what it is. If 3 out of 5 is choosing to go with one option, you have to live with it. I lived with it when I asked for 911 options to see it. I did not get a vote. I was okay, thank you. I will come back later again. Maybe next year there'll be another one that will support me on that to just see the options. So there was no options and we picked RPM and we picked up, at least not we, I would say I picked up RPM because there were 4. One was a modular, which we did not like, or at least I did not like. The second one didn't even have what we asked from them. So that was rejected. The other 2, I was fine with to bring them both in. But the committee overall didn't like the last 2. They only liked RPM. And the question was between RPM and the company that didn't even follow the protocol of what we asked. So I think that's why RPM is here and they have very good references too. So that's why my vote was for RPM. Okay, now another thing in here is there was another TC member who, yes, she was recused. She was recused from one of the buildings. But other than one building, she was privy to all the other information. And I'm not saying she made a wrong call or right call. No, it's not. I'm just bringing the fact up there. I was in all the meetings, or at least I got all the information, whatever I wanted. And last is, we keep talking about taxes, that we are the highest paid tax town. Yes, we are, because our values are high. As a percentage, in Essex County, we have 22 towns. Mr. McDonald, I don't want to put you on the spot. Where are we on the tax percentage on those 22 towns?
You mean the rate?
The
Percentage rate, yes.
The lowest.
The lowest, 22nd out of that 22, or maybe the 21st. And at least that is what it was a few months ago when we saw all those reports. Out of 600 and some towns in New Jersey state, where are we on the tax rate? I think it was about 400 something. No, 500 something on the list. So yes, we live in a good town. Our house values are high and I'm impacted equally. Everybody else, taxpayers here, I pay equal tax too. And I get impacted with the same kind of tax increase or decrease, whatever that is. But overall, just to try to get the facts together, we live in a good town. Our home values are good. But with the same value, if you're living in a different town, you will be paying higher taxes. Okay. Then, or at least 500 other towns in the state of New Jersey, you will be paying higher taxes than what you're paying here. And in Essex County, you will be paying 20 other towns, you'll be paying higher taxes than this. As far as the priority goes, in this town, I have 3 priorities. I can talk about my priorities. I cannot talk about other TC members' priority, and they're very dear and near. Everyone has their opinion, but we have to work together. It's an elected official, but that doesn't mean we can't work as a team. We have to work as a team. With difference of opinion, so be it. But my priority is this: flood mitigation first, affordable housing next, because that is a mandate and we have to spend money there. And the third one is the fields. We as a township do not have enough fields for our kids. And we have to get those fields in place. And I'm going to keep trying that hard and hard over and over again. Well, I am one vote, but at least I'm 20% of the vote. So be it. If I lose over and over again, I will try until I succeed. But guys, we are in a good town, we're in a good spot, at least check some positivity out of the township. And thank you, Mr. McDonald, to keep running a tight ship and a good ship. And thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay, consent agenda resolutions. The Township Committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions 22068 through 22074. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to any items listed on the consent agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve Resolution 22068 through Resolution 22074, which are listed on the consent agenda?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Purvis? Deputy Mayor Paul Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman?
Yes.
Mr. Benayak?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 22-075, authorizing the contract with RPM Development Group for 100% affordable housing development on Main Street, blocks 1207, lots 7 and 9. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to Resolution 22-075?
Yes, I'd like to read my statement now.
Now you may.
Okay, it might be a little disjointed, some of the things I've said, but I wrote this, so I'm gonna say. First, I want to say I do not oppose affordable housing. However, my concerns relate to the level of quality and the likelihood of this project's success. The 11 Main Street site proposal will jam 75 affordable housing units between the train tracks, the electrical substation, and what will remain of the DPW. And we do not have a plan, by the way, for relocating the DPW, most of which will be gone with this project. This is a narrow view on such an important site. I don't know if there's a law that says an affordable housing project cannot provide a larger benefit to the community, but that seems to be what's happening here. Tonight, we had a presentation by one of the 4 developer finalists. I was on the subcommittee with Ms. Miggins. I did not even know that RPM was green lighted to present tonight, which to me is an inferred contract that they are slated to be approved. I don't know how that happened. To Ms. Pasternak's point, I was not in favor of that. I still don't understand who knew, who was in the room to make this decision. My opinion, it's all premature. There was no Township Committee public vote, debate, or discussion to select RPM. Unlike other situations, there was not full township consensus. As Mr. Biggins just said, sorry, Benayak, there was 3 in favor, 2 against. What is the urgency? Where is this coming from? There's so much we still do not know about this project, this developer, and our options of the community. And again, remember, we don't have a plan where the DPW is going. I'm speaking this evening to my fellow TC members, public and fair share housing, who as I mentioned, watch our meetings. Please consider the reality of how this process was handled and by whom. Who is making the final decisions for Millburn Township? Who is steering the ship? There are so many questions and concerns still. Most importantly, you have heard, and we hear from our people, the lack of public input and public comment. I believe this is opening the town up to a lot of conflict and possible delays. The public had no idea that there were alternative proposals that were presented. One, which included integrated market rate housing with commercial space on the ground floor. This proposal absolutely meshed with Millburn's downtown vision plan. Mr. Mariziti said that there was reasons why we couldn't even ask fair share housing. I don't agree with that. I find that problematic. This particular firm sent a detailed approach for what could have been a phase 1 or phase 2. a plan that was shared and kept. I'm sorry, Alex, it was kept in your computer. I was asking for it. You had it for a week. It was meant to be shown and shared with us. I'm not throwing you under the bus. I'm really not, but you had it in your computer for a week. I'm just gonna speak to each of my township committee members who are set to vote on this. Richard, you care about the downtown. How does this plan contribute to the downtown? Will it have negative consequences on the traffic as is currently designated? Does this plan meet the goals of the SID, which I think you're the chair, or the downtown vision plan, which you were co-chairing? I already read the statement of the vision plan. The vision plan cost the township nearly $200,000 and solicited input from several hundred residents. Has anyone from that subcommittee been asked about this project? Were they brought in? They're not even here tonight. Do they even know this is happening? Will this second vision plan be shelved like the one from 2008? What is the destiny for this town? What, if I'm here or not, if any of us are here, what are we leaving in this town in our wake? This huge development that we understand is morally questionable to many people. Sanjeev, you are the money man. You are extremely concerned with the well-being of this township's finances. You're cautious, you're conservative. Do you really understand all the financial implications of selecting RPM or any of these firms? Do you believe that any of us have all the information to make an informed decision? I do not feel I do. I had one tutorial with Mark McBride. He is the only one who gave us numbers to crunch. Mr. McDonald, as I mentioned before, says we're going to select our own financial analyst after we've selected the developer. Okay, Mr. Marzini, that's how it goes. Maggie, I don't know if you have a conflict or not, but as an experienced and very successful realtor in town, a seller, we are selling one of the most coveted pieces of our downtown real estate. You and we are its representatives. Why, with multiple buyers at the table, would you and my two other gentlemen cut off negotiations? Would any realtor advise their client to do that? We know it's a tight market for housing. Sure is. If RPM is selected, it should be clear that my three committee members have selected the fundamental direction of this project. 100% affordable and nothing else. We are shutting the door on any possibility moving forward. I believe this is a Jewish word, shanda, to our town. Okay, some of you might know that word. Beth McManus, who steered this, isn't even here tonight. Alex, I'm not sure, and I asked you and Matt for the financials. Have we paid her $50,000, but she's billed up to $80,000?
No, we have encumbered due to not to exceeds in her contract's $80,000.
So
And since, I guess that was July or August of last year, she has been paid $51,000.
She's been paid $50,000. And the rationale that she is selling the fear that this is the only direction we can go. This is it. I agree with Tara, Sanjeev touched on it. We really did have our hands tied. I'm so uncomfortable with this. I also was recused from one of the pieces, the Annie Says building. But due to the doctrine of necessity, all five of us were forced to vote. All our names are on it. But just like the SID, when it came out in the middle of the pandemic, I didn't like the timing. I changed my mind. We are human beings. We are all entitled. Politicians, parents, friends, mates, we should be able to change our minds. I just am not comfortable, Alex. I did email you that tonight's meeting should have been our professionals. It should have been for the first and only time public comment. Instead, we are being, I don't know you guys, RPM. I personally do not agree with your development. I don't like that there's no green space. It's a huge slab. This is what we're offering this community, a piece of concrete as their only outdoor space. I don't know enough about the sewer. I know when the Upton is built or Wells Fargo or Silverman, they have to pay for every sewer connection. I don't know how that happens on affordable housing. we're giving this piece of property to you for $1? I don't know. And what are we going to be spending until we have our own financial analyst? I don't know. I don't know if you know, Sanjeev. No one knows. I just wish we could take a breath. I do not believe that if we had gone to Fair Share Housing and said we're having a public comment period to talk about this and have even the top 2 runner-ups, and I will say their name, L and M. RPM, L and M. L and M had it. Now they did go out of scope. They gave us more than we asked for. And as I said to Maggie at one of the meetings, you go to your realtor, you say I can spend X amount of dollars, and your realtor is gonna bring you to a more expensive house because they're gonna try to give you something better. That is what realtors do. That is what salespeople do. I was in sales. It is what you do. You offer a better project. Why was that so important to my TC members, to Beth McManus? I don't understand. It was a great comparison, and all I asked for was to have an apple to apple comparison. It's the most important decision in my 6th year on this township committee. Have L&M, which they did provide, a phase 1 separated from they gave a whole big plan because they are that much more familiar with Millburn. I asked that we go back to you and give you the opportunity to give us a phase 1 and how would you morph it into a phase 2? Because we are hopefully going to have a redevelopment plan to go with the vision plan. That also costs, by the way, the town $187,000. So why were we handlocked by having the denial of having you and L&M give us 2 products, which could have been done by the March 10th meeting? Instead, you're here, we're all fighting again, we're all uptight, we've heard from the community. So obviously, my vote is no. So I'm sorry, I wish I had something better to work with.
Okay. Sanjeev, do you have any comments?
Yes, so we had Brick and Eastman coming in, similar process, with MKW coming in, similar process, RPM coming in, similar process. So that is one of the things going into my thought process of voting. Then DPW site, what we have heard, they're trying to do a whole site with more units in there. And I just cannot understand, from 2015 to 2025, there's affordable housing, that 10-year period. But we have 2025 to 2035. It's coming soon. It's like 2 years from now, you're back again in affordable housing. So if you really want to do something, we should be starting to think about 2025 to 2035 period than actually talking to make more units right now. So why would I increase the density in town if that site, the whole site is gone? And we are talking about Salt Dome and gas station. Well, I have met with other township mayors who was mayor before. And I've spoke to them, what else could be done? I said, okay, gas station, you fill up gas from another gas station. I don't know if that is the direction we are going to go, but we can always use gas station around us to fill our cars as well. But that thought process is not even a thought process here. That could be one of it. Salt Dome, we already have a plan in JFK where we were going to plan a field, a cell tower, and a solar dome and a part of some parking there, which could still be achieved the way we are thinking right now. So those thought processes are going into my voting for RPM today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wasserman, do you have anything to share, sir?
I always have a couple words, but I'll keep it short.
Okay.
So I apologize for everybody that's hanging in there.
That's okay.
I think that, I don't disagree. The crazy thing is I don't really disagree with some of my, some of what Ms. Prupis and Ms. Egloff says. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I have similar feelings. However, we made, we were dictated. This was we talk about negotiations with Fair Share and it's negotiated and this and that. It really wasn't like that. We had, they wanted that particular site. They wanted 100% affordable. They have done this in other communities. This is not just Millburn. They dictate 100% affordable for other communities. So it's not just us. So I just want people to realize, it's not like whether we want it or not, or let's rejigger it, or wouldn't it be great if this and that. They basically, dictated, this plan. We signed an agreement, and according to, our attorneys, if we don't do this, if we don't do it on time, we're going to pay a very, very high price, and you can argue what that price is. They take away planning, or they, or builder remedy lawsuits or whatever, so if we don't do it, we know that we're up, potentially up against, millions of dollars of lawsuits or attorney fees. So there's a huge downside. So I just want to make sure people understand, this wasn't necessarily our choosing. This is this was the best deal that we could make. And I will attest to it because I was in every meeting, and it was very, very stressful and difficult. And, and we have to, on the other side of this, we have to do our fair share. I mean, as they say, no pun intended, that's our responsibility, our constitutional responsibility. But anyway, so I just wanted to say that. And with that being said, I also support, RPM.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wasserman. I have one question. Dr. Fabian had earlier said the site that was picked, it was Aaron Brockovich, that made me smile. We did get back Mr. McDonald from the gentleman who did the boring samples, etc. And it appears that the soil is, although has historic fill on it, which we encountered when they built the parking deck, overall, they were pleased with the site. Is that what I'm told?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, there were 11 areas of concern that were, I had samples taken from, and 2 of those came back with historic fill that needed further investigation. So all in all, for the entire site, there were no volatiles or PCBs or anything like that on the site that were detected. And so all in all, when it came to a report like that, it's very, very positive in terms of the results.
Wonderful. And so I'm assuming RPM has worked with property sites that have had historic fill on it and know what they're doing with that. That's terrific. And I'm assuming that this is not a final design. This is because we haven't even had public input, et cetera. This is just the first date, as it were, that there could be changes with final design. There could be changes where there's more green space. I know it's a 2-acre site and there's not a lot to work around that, but there's still, everything's not inked, as it were. And it doesn't, maybe we sell the property for $1, maybe we don't. Nothing's been, that's all, this is where the negotiations start, correct? Is that correct? Okay, terrific. And that's it. May I have a motion to approve
I just have one suggestion, only because on the agenda, it states authorized contract. I think it just may be better to read the title of the resolution, which is
May I have,
authorizing the execution.
you're saying just when I'm approving, may I have a motion to approve resolution, is what you want me to say?
Yeah, but just read the title of the resolution in the packet.
Hold on. This one. Authorize the contract?
No, because it says authorize a contract, it says the resolution is a resolution authorizing the execution of a conditional designation agreement with RPM Development Group.
Hold on.
Yeah, I apologize throwing you for a little, I just think it explains the resolution.
Hold on. You're gonna let me read it. Thank you. So. Oh, it's late. May I have a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the execution of a conditional designation agreement with RPM Development Group, 77 Park Street, Montclair, New Jersey, for a 100% affordable housing project. May I have a second? I move it. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Prupus, Deputy Mayor Eglo,
No.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now. Public hearing of budget resolution 22076. Okay. Am I doing this right? Take care, gentlemen. Okay. So I can solve this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Am I waiting for Alex to come back? I like to check things. Have a lovely evening. Thank you for coming. It's still nice to see him at 11 o'clock at night.
Don't worry, Millburn's money knows that.
I don't know. Wait for it. I'm just waiting for Mr. McDonald to come back into the room. The 2022 Millburn Short Hills Business Organization budget was introduced by the Township Committee at our January 18th, 2022 meeting. May I have a motion to approve Resolution 22-076, which authorizes the Township to read the 2022 Short Hills Business Organization budget by title.
I'd like to move that resolution 22-076 to be approved.
Okay, I second the motion of Resolution 22-076. May I have a roll call vote?
Ms. Prupus, Deputy Mayor Paul Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will now refer to Steve Grillo, who's the Executive Director, for any comments on the 2022 Millburn Short Hills Business Organization budget.
Thank you, Mayor.
Pardon?
He gets 3 minutes.
That's all you wanted to speak? You ready for 3?
You run the meeting, Mayor.
That's
I'll
right.
speak as long as you'd like me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Grillo.
Not to say it's been a long night, but I was clean shaven when I got to work this morning. You like that one, Jesse? It's been a long night. I had time to work on that one. Good evening, Mayor Miggins, members of the Township Committee. This will only be about 5 minutes, by the way. The mission of Explore Millburn Short Hills is to encourage economic, cultural, and social vitality through increased visibility, improved infrastructure, and local business engagement. As Executive Director, I am proud of the work that we've accomplished in the last year, and I'm excited for the expanded service portfolio that we'll put forth in 2022. As the Mayor mentioned at the Township Committee meeting on January 18th, I presented a detailed review of the proposed budget in front of you this evening. Tonight, I'll provide an overview of the services that we intend to provide, including business development, events, marketing, placemaking, and administration. Business development is a core responsibility of the CID. In 2022, we will host policy meetings with realtors and property owners, form a local advisory committee to inform recommendations and programs, host a small business tax assistant webinar with the Chamber of Commerce, and a job fair to address the employment shortages for our businesses. We also intend to conduct a planning study related to liquor license reform, secure grant funding to create an access to capital program for minority, women, and immigrant entrepreneurs, and launch an 8-part webinar series on social media training, which will be available to all businesses in the district. We have a very exciting slate of events planned for this year as well. In addition to the live music program planned for the Main Street Pedestrian Mall and other locations, we'll also host an event called Sip, Shop, and Savor on Millburn Avenue to support businesses still recovering from Hurricane Ida. We'll host at least 4 merchant mixers, a Mother's Day and Father's Day event throughout the CID, a night market concept, and a restaurant music fest. We will also combine economic development and the arts through a live painting street scenes program and a chalk art event. We plan to expand our small business season effort to include enhanced digital media promotions, live music, costume characters, and business-specific marketing. Recognizing the need for enhanced marketing in the town, Explore has created our Best of Millburn 12-month social engagement campaign, the weekend warm-up newsletter, which has a staggering open rate of over 50%, and the Meet the Merchants commercial series. We'll also integrate effective placemaking into our branding program, including window clings on parking kiosks, new directional signage downtown, a selfie wall, new murals, branded window coverings for vacant storefronts, and the creation of an open-air art gallery at the Goldberg's alleyway. We'll also enhance the user experience at the Main Street Pedestrian Mall this summer by building a small stage, providing new games and entertainment, and creating an open streets program for activities such as educational enrichment, yoga, and dance shows, among others. Other placemaking improvements are being coordinated with the township as well, including the replacement of the downtown speaker system for better functionality, parking enhancements, and a consolidation of excess signage. We are currently developing a spring cleaning program, which will include a district-wide litter cleanup, maintenance of 40 tree pits throughout the CID, a power washing of the sidewalk on Upper Millburn Avenue, and the installation of planters in the Short Hill Station District. Administratively, the organization is extremely healthy. We're a 501c3 nonprofit with a full-time executive director, which has allowed Explore to become a trusted resource for local stakeholders with efficient and accessible messaging and information. Never was this communication and need for full-time staffing more on display than the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. Due to the foresight of this committee, Explore was on the ground the morning after the storm to play a key role in the local response and recovery. With the support of the Township Committee, we distributed $420,000 worth of grants to 75 businesses, vital funds that helped many reopen sooner than expected. We hope that a tragedy like this never occurs again, but we also must be prepared to respond with effective staffing and leadership. Finally, we recently issued our semi-annual vacancy report, which showed that the overall commercial vacancy rate in the CID has declined from 16% in mid-2020 to 7% today. This includes a decline on Upper Millburn Avenue from a staggering 23.6% to 15.5%, a decline in downtown from 8.8% to 4.7%. And Millburn Short Hills is alive. Over 20 new businesses have moved in since the summer of 2021, and another 10 storefronts are either under construction or opening soon. As we continue to grow as a business community and serve our residents and visitors, it's critical that Explore have the funding and staffing needed to deliver high-quality services. I thank you for consideration this evening. I'm happy to answer any and all questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grillo.
Thank you, Mayor.
I hereby open the public hearing for any comments on the 2022 Millburn Short Hills Business Organization budget.
Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart Avenue. I encourage all Township Committee members to vote against approval of these resolutions. Millburn commercial property owners and small businesses are being taxed with a new assessment to fund the Explore Millburn Short Hills. For the past 18 months, Millburn taxpayers have funded it, unbeknownst to them, mostly. Explore is a nonprofit, but taxpayers have not yet received notification of our payments made into this nonprofit by way of a receipt to claim on our tax returns. We taxpayers have invested a large sum of tax dollars in Explore and its activities. We have not received a report on what has been our return on our investment in spite of several requests. Michael Parlavecchio, Board Trustee President, and Executive Director Grillo will not answer that question at their public meetings. The assessed Millburn property owners have no vote in the actions of this organization whose board you have appointed and which has extraordinary condemnation powers. That is unheard of in any other governing body that I am aware of in the state of New Jersey or any other state. Explore's legality is subject to a year-long plus lawsuit. the township has spent $100,000 of taxpayer funds, more than that actually, to defend this lawsuit. Presiding Judge Moore admonished the township to mediate and not litigate. We got to hear that thanks to Jeff Feld and opening our eyes to the way that the courts work and giving us a chance to hear what the judge actually said. TC member Viniak exclaimed, "We will litigate because we can." The township committee does not have a bottomless pit of our tax dollars to spend on lawsuits. Until you receive a legal opinion attesting to the validity of the SID bid from one of the plethora of attorneys employed by this township committee and explore Millburn Short Hills, their 2022 budget should not be approved under the cloud of this ongoing and serious litigation. To me, the taxpayer monies are being misused and will continue to be if you approve this. There is no legal opinion attesting to Explore's legality under New Jersey municipal statutes. The SID was dissolved and came back with so much added that it made us dizzy. 5 districts, mostly focused though, activities this year on the downtown. The lion's share of the money and the attention is spent. Condemnation powers for a nonprofit controlled by the township committee through an appointed board. It's ridiculous. Where does anything exist like this anywhere? While Wasserman and Lieberberg may have had good intentions to revive the downtown, they didn't do it right. And now we have a monster that's subject to legal liability when tested under the laws of the state of New Jersey. Why are we funding it again this year and straining our businesses to a breaking point? The SID assessment list omits businesses that are running commercial activities out of their properties, and that has to be corrected ASAP. Homework needs to be done to make sure all that has to be assessed should be doing it fairly. So this is one of the many things that just doesn't make sense to me as a resident, why this organization would continue to be funded. And I just want to make one last point. We asked several times to be able to present visuals at the meeting. This is a hearing. There are things that we'd like to present to the public and to you that help make our point, and we were told we couldn't do that. To me, this is unequal treatment. Many people are invited in front of you to present. They are allowed to put things up on a screen, present things. Why shouldn't members of the public be able to do the same? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you come?
Yeah.
Yes. And then I'll go.
There's some people that are Lloyd on the TV.
Lloyd Purple. Lloyd Purple. Can you do Lloyd first? He's been apparently he has a health issue. Let's do this.
He just had surgery and he
Yeah.
wanted to know if he could just take it, so he's been waiting 3.5 hours.
We tried before, we couldn't get him on.
I understand.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Perkella. Somehow I wasn't getting connected. I've been a merchant and a store owner in Short Hills for 53 years. I'm at 516 Millburn Avenue. I was Blaustein Furs. The SID seems to be, I'd like to know why during COVID and the time of the pandemic, why this was pushed through with nobody really getting in touch with any of us to see if we wanted it, we needed it, or we wanted to pay for something that mostly is handled and taken care of Millburn Center. I really don't feel that I want an extra assessment at this particular time. The downtown Millburn gets most of the money used for them. And when I looked at the numbers originally, they didn't make any sense to me. And it seems like the only thing that's going to end up happening is we're going to be taxed more and more and more. Can you answer why this was pushed through the way it was without any consultation with us? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My husband just wants to say something before we start.
Vincent Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue.
Do you mind, Mr. Urso? It's hard to hear you.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
How are you tonight? Vincent Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue. I yield my time to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Perry Urso, 514 Milburn Avenue. First of all, I'm hopeful everyone had the opportunity to read my email earlier and took the opportunity to read the August 11th, 2020 TC meeting approved minutes. In case you all didn't notice, it's a full moon. I ask you all, what is the first thing you see when you walk into this building and look up? We, the people. In my opinion, your retaliation tactics have scared many commercial property owners from coming forward, and it appears others who are in alliance with your business strategies allude that there may be or have been some undisclosed dealings. In saying that, I truly believe none of you on this committee has actually read and understands the ordinance 2561-20. Tonight, I ask you the following things. Vote no for the 2022 SID budget. Commit to taking the necessary actions to rescind ordinance 2561-20. There are many number three, there are many discrepancies and concerns regarding the assessment role, which I've been emailing back and forth with some of the township heads. Number four, take Mr. Feld's advice and create a director of planning and economic development. And here are my reasons why. How did this body approve a payment of the bill list on the February 2022 meeting in the amount of $53,000 to the SID prior to the approval of the SID 2020 budget? And February 9th, 2022 SID meeting, Mr. Grillo stated that that payment has been held back. And why? Mr. Wasserman stated also at that same meeting that it was he and Mayor Jackie who have founded the SID. Where has your oversight obligation and responsibility to we the people? From where I originally started, there are now not one, but two members of this committee, Committeewoman Tara Prupis and Mayor Maggie Miggins, both of whom have disqualifying conflicts of interest in appearance of impropriety of the SID due to the location of their businesses within the SID. We also have two members of this committee who lied to we the people. They ran their campaigns, pledged that there was no taxpayer dollars to fund the SID. There would be no taxpayer dollars to fund the SID, but yet they're using taxpayers' monies to fund the SID, but they are also using the same taxpayers' money to defend the SID. Choosing to litigate and not mediate based on Judge Moore's two recommendations to mediate, but approving sums over $100,000 to a township attorney to litigate on frivolous discovery and not getting on the merits of the case. And this township attorney will not or cannot produce a legal opinion along with other attorneys as the validity of the contested expanded appointed 5-district SID with extraordinary condemnation powers under the state law. Committeewoman Prupis still puzzling why she would advocate to dissolve the original DMDA in 2018, and in 2020, voting to reintroduce an expanded footprint with extreme condemnation powers with an appointed non-elected board. She continues to face an original conflict of interest complaint with the local finance board from 2020. Based the original memo of the township, based on what the memo of the township attorney. Lies continue with the flex parking removal. At December 2018 TC meeting, she promised to the we the people that she would not vote for the flex parking removal. But in June 15th of 2021 and July 2021, she did the exact opposite, costing the taxpayers another $119,000. Why? It's easy to spend someone else's money. And now our sitting deputy mayor, yes, you know who you are, delivered a very powerful statement at August 11th, 2020 meeting in opposition of the adoption of the SID and its approval with a 3-2 vote. Expressed that it's very sad, agreeing with Committeewoman Mayor Burstein. She was Committeewoman prior Mayor Burstein. What happened? She changed her mind, and the position is now very concerning. Mr. Grillo reported February 19th, 2020 SID meeting that a recent meeting, which I nor other were privy at the round table, joining him with select realtors, large property owners. Why? As a stakeholder that is being taxed should have been included along with my fellow property owners. And I also ask why Mayor Miggins, realtor, Was she at this meeting with Mr. Grillo? And could this also pose as another conflict? Ordinance 2561-20 should be rescinded for the following reasons. This ordinance was enacted under the height of COVID in violation of the pledge made by then Mayor Jackie Lieberberg, and without properly employing the Zoom virtual meeting platform. This ordinance has extraordinary condemnation powers under the state law. I've said it multiple times. So you can take our property if we don't pay the assessments. We are subject to a tax sale under the state laws. Because this entity is fully controlled by the Township Committee with an appointed and non-elected board, we the people, disenfranchised property owners, are going to be taxed with no vote. The districts are not within a pedestrian mall footprint. We have been continually lied to. The budget would be $204,000. Its present tonight is $273,000. We were also lied to about that the assessment rate would be 0.0067, and it's now tonight 0.0071. We have a drunken sailor recklessly spending money. I asked my mayor if she's familiar with the Beautification League. If she is aware that the Beautification League is fully funded by donations and is made up of volunteers. The Beautification League has filled and maintained with resources around 100 pots throughout the town in the range of $82,000. Mr. Grillo has approached the Beautification League to do the pots on the Morris Turnpike, but was declined. And unfortunately, I'm not privy of the reasoning, but I'm sure you could find out. Do we know if he had suggested if the SID were to pay the cost as the previous DMDA and offered some volunteers? Perhaps they would have agreed to take the task. Instead, he hires an outside company from Staten Island who was supposed to be the lowest bid. Were any of the local forests within the SID considered, as previous Emerald Garden had done in the past? Since they've moved to Springfield bordering Millburn, I'm certain any of them would appreciate the opportunity. He spends $6,500 on 4 pots on Morris Turnpike. Now, being familiar with the Beautification League, does that sound like a good price? Or have you seen what they look like? And what will he spend another $65,000 to do the same thing? And once again, it's easy to spend someone else's money. His major concentration has been on Upper Millburn Avenue because there is a litigation, and also downtown obviously is the #1 priority because it makes up 43%. I've also have concerns with the SID board members who make these payments and distribute them. I'm even more concerned for the recipients accepting these payments for the grants, the IDA what happened during IDA. Are these recipients aware of an ongoing litigation and the validity of this entity? Is there any liability to me as a stakeholder? This ordinance is a pure financial reach. It has funded and focused largely on one district, which is made up of a huge majority of 5 districts known as the downtown. This is taxation without representation, and you all know it, and you should be very concerned. And remember, Mr. Wasserman, when you told Mayor Burstein in December 2018, this will be your legacy, well, this will be yours. Thank you and good night.
Good evening, Jeffrey Phil, living out Alexander Lane. Just bear with me because I, like you, we're all tired. I might not be, I'm usually not coherent, but I'm probably not going to be really coherent now. There was a theme we heard most of this evening about public participation, and the question is, who is steering the ship? It's by pure fluke that I got involved in this community and was watching what happened in July and August. And it basically started when people asked questions about a conflict of interest. At that time, Council Committee Person Krupis. And I asked, we were promised that a memorandum will be supplied for the August meeting. And I wrote to the municipal clerk, say, where is that opinion? We get the memorandum. 3 different attorneys agree that the memorandum was stale and obsolete, did not even cite developing case law. Then it just built. When COVID was happening, you prove this. And then we find out, regular taxpayers, that the first year and a half is being funded by taxpayer monies, not by assessment. We're in a special situation now. Today is the beginning of the assessment. I told you the first time I appeared in September of 2020 that I defeated the SID in Orange. The state consultant said you didn't have buy-in. There are two statutes that you have to look at, and when you look at the SID. One is whether you comply with the state enabling law. Did you get a feasibility study? We never got a feasibility study. Then the second issue is, and I showed you the redevelopment handbook, is the condemnation powers. It's my view that someone thought that this SID would become the redevelopment entity that will control the downtown. You conflated two different statutes. Today, an opinion came out of the appellate division. It imposed, reinstated, reversed, and reimposed an injunction against Union County about the construction of their governmental center in Elizabeth. But when you read the opinion, there's three things that jump out. One, they said, Elizabeth, you took a business risk. Two, if you really feel about it, get an opinion from your counsel that there's no merit to the allegations in the complaint. As to Mr. Grillo, you keep on telling everyone that I don't know the law. An amended complaint was filed within the 20-day estoppel period. If you read Judge Alvin in a case involving West Orange, if a complaint is filed within the 20-day estoppel period, no attorney can deliver a clean opinion. You know that. And I want to stand up here and say, the first time I met this man in June, what was the first thing I said to him? You belong in City Hall, Town Hall, as the Director of Economic Planning and Development. To fund the SID, rescind the ordinance. Let's look at the thing. Besides the lack of buy-in, no other SID I'm aware of that the people who are being taxed have no right to be heard as to elect the people that make their decisions. And when you look at about taxation without representation, you have 5 districts. There's no representation by any of the other districts. And remember, we heard the question about selecting the people. In July and August, if you wanted to see a resolution, you had to come to City Hall 4 hours before the meeting. Things were not posted on a website prior to beginning of September, October. You had to come to the website. You had to come here to see who was going to be appointed. Who selected the people? Diane, with all due respect, you yelled at Mr. Wasserman about how the people were selected for those. Mr. Wasserman and Mayor Jackie hand selected who the members were. That's an issue. Then we go under the calendar year 2020 budget was never approved by the Township Committee. That's in violation of the ordinance. You approved an appropriation, but you never approved the budget. In 2021, and this is what we're yelling about, the public should see that there was an approved budget and what the actual budget was. I don't know how a entity, after a budget is approved, could change the line item appropriations without coming back to you for your consent. And there's also an issue about 2020. Marla, I forget her last name, marketing. We've been asking for her contract. No one has her contract. Because remember, we're talking about taxpayers' monies funded the SID in 2020 and 2021. There's no contract. How did public monies get released to pay someone for pursuant to a contract? Once you see the audit, because it hasn't come yet when it's required, that audit's can probably say, how did you do this? And the question is whether the SID is really a controlled entity of this government, a controlled entity. It's not a standalone entity, and whether the IRS was ever told that. I told you about the statutes. Again, the issue of the litigation. In the last month, 5 judges have sent loud and clear messages. Judge Moore said twice to mediate. You read what he did with McComb. You heard Judge Garner contradict you about telling the people what the facts are. We will be in front of Judge Passamano again. But look at the opinion that came out today. If you really believe that this SID is valid, get an opinion from this gentleman, his law firm, that there's no merit to the allegations that were filed in the amended complaint that was filed within the estoppel period. And that's something you keep on saying, I don't know the law, right? Some people say I didn't. These gentlemen that were here before you about RPM, there's a reason why that handbook. You want a reference, call the BA of Orange and ask him why he had to sue RPM to get his money.
Thank you. Mr. Feld.
I didn't think you were gonna get Nancy Stone, 266 Essex Street. I just want to talk about, I ended the first, Alex, you were there at that meeting, we were all in shock. It was a sad night when we did that. It was a crowded room. And it was something, a decision that was made out of necessity. When I promised Jackie and she gave the approving vote to give us the budget after DJ presented a very poorly planned budget. Steve, I want to say, has done an excellent job, and this is not a fight against Steve. This is very important. I respect what he's done. He applied for a job in good faith. He's done an excellent job. Unfortunately, he hasn't done it for everybody because the SID is really focused on the downtown, which is where it belonged. Didn't belong on Morris Turnpike, didn't belong on Upper Millburn Avenue unless you had the buy-in, didn't belong in outside districts that got money from the SID because of these grants that were given from businesses that decided not to have flood insurance. These were business decisions that were made by property owners, by tenants, that were their responsibility. I take insurance. If I choose not to have insurance, that's my liability. I have to own that. It is not his job to do that. I think there's a place for him in this town. He's proven himself. And I think his time and usefulness could be done on a much higher level. With that said, I really want to talk about the legal opinions because we've been coming here and clearly it's 20 to 12, but your firm has been paid in excess of over $2 million and we've yet to get a legal opinion why this organization should not have existed or should have been structured the way it was structured from the beginning. Period, the end. It should have been done. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. You, Sanjeev, have approved to litigate. We have spent a lot of money. I say vote no to the SID budget, not because of this gentleman, but because it was done wrong. Michael Parlavecchio has not given an opinion. Ryan, the arrogant guy that is the lawyer, we had a great lawyer from Greenbaum Row who guided us very well. And I took that responsibility on and I said, if we couldn't do it right, I would end it. This is not being done right, and this should end. It's a waste of taxpayers' dollars, not to mention taxation without representation. I have 2 properties that I have been wanting to buy in town, and I held off on it until this was taken care of. 2 years now we've been coming and we're not going away, and Jeff is certainly not going away. And it is just outrageous that we're at this point. So again, my fight is not with Steve. It's with the people that voted yes to move forward with this. It's not correct, and you need to own it, and you need to give your opinion. And the fact that you're not, and you had to bring an old timer here to fight your battle was really, I mean, I'm a 30-year resident of this town. You should be embarrassed.
Jess, 2 more.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Can you hear me? Yes, right?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Nunez.
Okay. So, you know who I am, Jesus Nunez. I own the gallery, and I was listening this for the last 4 hours, and I want to give my opinion. I'm neutral. I'm new into this town. When I started looking for a space in Millburn, there was 18 empty spaces in Millburn Avenue. And my wife family grown in Millburn. And I asked them, why do you think that is this? But looking at what happened today, I start understanding a little bit more why people don't want to come into our town. And it's very painful for me, like a new business person, to see how the people, the only thing that is doing is complaining, and talking about taxes. But I didn't hear anybody talking about how revamp this town. That is the most important thing for people that invest in business. So I'm here to support Explore Millburn. To be honest, the only person that I know is Steve. And again, I'm going to repeat, I'm not in any of these teams. I'm not into past wars. I'm not into any of these problems that are in this town. The only thing that I want is to have somebody that is going to take care of this town. And the only place that I had access when the flooding happened, on what I need a non-profit, or when I have any kind of questions about who to partner in this town, is Explore Millburn. So I think that this town needs somebody that can be focused in the town or in the 5 districts, because I'm pretty sure that they are doing things, because I saw what they do and what they post on the social media in the different districts, not only downtown. And probably they focus on downtown because, to be honest, need a lot of help. And this is coming from somebody that invests in a business and reinvest after the business was destroyed of Ida. And I really want this town to be better. I want this town to be the town that my father-in-law, that was living in town for 30 years next to Taylor Park, was telling me about how was Millburn in the past. And this is the only thing that I want, a Millburn that is better. And I think that Explore Millburn right now is the only organization, and I'm not into if it's legal, illegal, or the funds, or the tax, or any of these problems. That is the only thing that I was hearing in this meeting today. That is the only organization that is doing something to revamp this town. So I'm here to give the support, and I hope that you understand how important it is to have somebody like them to help us and to help our town.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Enjoy your evening. One more.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, good. So you can hear me, but you can't see me.
Yes, good evening.
Okay. Okay. Hi. Good evening. My name is Daniel Dubonnet. I'm a owner of 28 Farley Place.
Yes.
I've owned it for the past 20 years. I'm an architect and I run my small practice out of there. So again, I've been there 20 years. I certainly a big part of the community, but I don't feel that I'm in any way part of downtown Millburn. And in the past 20 years, I've never seen any improvements, developments from the town, and nor did I really look for one. So when I received a letter in the mail saying that I have to pay $500 and you're going to be talking about it tonight, I felt the need to just say a little bit that I didn't think that was fair. I certainly feel that the street fairs are good and the music festivals are good, but they never happen on our side of the Short Hills, Millburn. My mother had a shop on 508 Millburn Avenue for 40 years ago, and she had it for 20 years. And I always remember her complaining that, she just never felt that Short Hills, Millburn considered her area part of the downtown, and there was never any benefit. So this is the first time that we're being taxed for something I don't think is fair for us. And That's what I got.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dubonnet.
Thank you.
Jess? Mr. Grillo, would you like to respond to any of that?
Why do you get to respond? You don't get to respond.
I will now close the public hearing.
Then he doesn't get to speak. Why does he get to speak?
Is there anything in particular
Because
you'd
I-
like me to address?
I do. I have my notes here. Well, there's so much. There were questions that were stated to us about legal, about legal opinions, which you'll have to get to. Was there anything in particular that you heard that you thought warranted a response?
Sure. Mainly technical items. I don't want to
Please.
get into a debate over the validity of the SID and all the rest of it.
No.
That'll be adjudicated in court,
Sure.
which as a board, we're looking forward to. We will be proven that we are a legal entity and that we are serving a very distinct purpose in
You
this
already
community.
told us it wasn't.
Excuse me, Mr. Feld, I realize it is late, but please, sir, we're gentlemen and ladies in this room. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Ms. Pasternak asked a question about nonprofit receipts. So she is correct in that any donation to a not-for-profit over $250 does generate a receipt from that not-for-profit for tax return purposes. But none of the taxpayers in Millburn donate to Explore Millburn. They pay taxes to the town and the town then distributes the funds. So in theory, she is correct, but in practicality, she is not. That's why we don't issue them. Now, had you donated to the Hurricane Ida Fund, which I don't believe anyone sitting in the room did, they would have received a form from us for $250. So I don't think she's quite clear on how that works.
Okay, great.
Let's see. Condemnation powers. I don't understand what some of those references are. The SID does not have any direct condemnation powers if someone doesn't pay their taxes or is in arrears. That the SID does not deal with that, the town does.
Okay.
So I don't understand the direct condemnation power argument.
Thank you.
Mediation, litigation. Judge is very clear, there's 2 hours of court mandated mediation in civil suits. We will go through that process.
Excuse me, Mr. Feld.
I'm just trying to get the facts out of what everyone else has been hearing. Annie Says was removed from the tax roll. This was a question that Ms. Pasternak brought up. So yes, it was removed from the tax roll. We do not collect any funds from it, but also we don't serve it, right? So there's exempt properties which are within the boundaries, and then there are properties that are not assessed at all. So the Annie Says site is not on the tax roll and it doesn't get served, just as Bernie's Auto, for instance, is a business, right? But it's not on the tax roll and it's not served. So there's no.
Mr. Keep going,
Mr.
Grillo.
Feld, could you let me
Mr. Grillo,
finish?
Please.
It is
Mr.
incredibly disrespectful.
Mr. Grillo, please. Just continue. Thank
I
you.
apologize.
That's okay.
Mr.
late.
Mr. Perkel asked a question about participation. His business partner is actually on our board, which I thought was a strange question, but perhaps he should speak to the Schultz family who have participated. Ms. Urso asked a question about the town payment being held back. That's correct. The town did issue payment, but it has not been deposited. And should you vote down the budget tonight, we will return that check and
Okay.
it is still the property of the town.
Okay.
Questions on conflict between yourself and Mayor Prupus. I think state law is very clear on conflicts when it comes to SIDS. Our attorney can certainly talk to that, but there's no realistic conflict.
No, he can. Yeah, he won't.
The Morris Turnpike question, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna make comment on ongoing litigation.
Correct, we can.
Morris Turnpike, question about Town Beautification League. Spoke to them, offered them if they wanted to fill the pots that we have out there. I think there's 8 or 9 of them. One was hit by a car. They had said they don't have the money. They also said that they don't feel comfortable with their volunteers being on Morris Turnpike because of the traffic. So we just agreed not to work together on that project, but we'll pay for the new planters when the spring comes. Pretty simple. We made the offer, they didn't accept it. Oh, and by the way, that number of $6,500 or so for planters is incorrect. There was a whole maintenance improvement plan for that area. We picked up litter, we picked up concrete, asphalt, wood that had been spread around. So the planters were just one piece of a larger project.
It's good.
I think that's it.
Thank you so much. That's great. Just, I want to make one statement. No, Ms. Urso, I wasn't at the Realtor meeting. And as far as the Township Beautification League, I'm a former president of the Township Beautification League, so I can speak to them. It is a volunteer organization. It is very difficult to get volunteers for that. So I can appreciate that. They do have a very tiny budget. They do rely on donations from the town. And I do know when I was a president, as the years did continue, donations are down. So thank you. Let's plug the TBL and see if everybody wants to give donations to them. They work really hard on doing the planters all throughout the town. Upper Millburn Avenue, they're all Chatham Road, they're in all the one business district, which is where you put planters, but they don't have the volunteers that we really need them to have. So thanks for the plug on the TBL.
Yeah, and just another point on that. We did send out bid packages to 25, 30 local landscapers for that project. In fact, we initially, I came back to my board with only one proposal. And they said, could you please rebid it out, which I did, and we still received nothing back. That's on the public record. People in this room were there for those meetings. That selective memory loss is very frustrating.
I could appreciate that, but we won't go there. And maybe
Yes.
next time we can try again to keep pushing. I like local too.
Yes,
Okay.
we have a project coming up where we're working with local vendors.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. I think that's it. Excuse me, Miss Urso. No. We do that all the time. Excuse me, but we do the same thing. Excuse me, Miss Urso. Miss Urso, you're out. You're out of line, Miss Urso. Miss Urso, you're out of line. Please, come on. Be a lady. Let's go. Come on, please. Okay.
His business partner's not paying the tax.
Oh, Bobby Schultz is not paying the tax?
On Upper Millburn Avenue.
Okay.
Wow.
May I have a motion to approve resolution 22-077, which authorizes adoption of the 2022 Millburn Short Hills Business Organization budget?
Motion.
We have a motion. Okay, may I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Purpose, Deputy Mayor Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mr. Banayak,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vote in November, vote in November.
Okay, so we're
And not by mail.
2207.
Don't vote by mail. Vote in person, because the people win in person. The people win in
I didn't hear
person.
what she said. What did she say? Okay.
You know what, just went up, guys.
Steve?
What'd she say?
All right, folks. Special resolution 2022 assessment rule. Let's see. I hereby open the public hearing for any comments on the 2022 Millburn Short Hills Business Organization, Inc. Special Improvement District Assessment Rule. I will now close the public hearing. Would anyone like to address the comments? No, they spoke. Was that up? He already spoke. He already spoke. Okay. I will now close the public hearing. Would anyone like to address the comments? May I have a motion to approve resolution 22-078, which authorizes adoption of the 2022 Millburn Short Hills Business Association, Inc. Special Improvement District Assessment Rule?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call vote?
Ms. Purpose, Deputy Mayor Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mr. Benaya,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Old business,
I want to.
Deb, we have old
Sorry.
business. Hold on. Did you, Diane, were you
Yeah,
gonna?
I'm going to ask that we table this. I think this is a very important topic and it's
We need time.
obviously way too late.
Okay, so
I have a.
we're gonna move to table that. Okay, great, table. Motion to move that we table Short Hills Train Station safety and pedestrian improvements
So March 10th.
to March 10th.
Is that the next meeting?
March 1st.
Oh, March.
March 1st to March 1st.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Can I get a second on that, please?
Sure, second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
I think you just, I think.
Just all ayes?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Okay.
I have some clarification to make.
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Miggins. When I said earlier, we are percentage wise on the lower tax bracket. I want to make sure I add in there so people don't take it wrong. I'm talking about municipal taxes only, not school or county. I'm only talking about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member, any committee member have any item of new business to address? Seeing none, may I have a motion
Oh,
to?
wait, I just have one comment, and I don't know if Committee Woman Prupus is gonna watch this meeting. I am very distressed that she felt the need to step off the gateway, the Taylor Park Gateway. I heard on the news one thing, facts detract. So the fact is, nobody, and we have people in this room, one just left, who was at our meeting. If it was the member from the,
Diane, this isn't new business.
no, it's, Maggie, it has to be said, because it wasn't truth. This
Okay.
is how
Done.
we're in trouble in politics everywhere in the world.
Okay.
That was, whoever told you that owes you and this township committee and everyone on our committee an absolute apology.
Okay,
And I will speak to the woman who I know.
may I have a
was.
motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?